Hello? Hold on. Okay. I didn't check my microphone before I started. Also, I turned up the audio a tiny bit because I was going through my VOD last night to make sure everything looked good because it's been a while since I streamed. And I was like, wow, the audio is kind of quiet. But anyway. I have an eyelash in this eye. I had one in this eye earlier, but I rinsed it out in the shower. I just got out of the shower. My hair's super wet. I would have started earlier if I didn't shower, but I was like, I gotta shower. Cause also, well, I guess I would shower tomorrow morning if I was gonna work, but I don't work tomorrow. But I was gonna shower earlier today, but my brother took that from me. He didn't know, but I was eating, and then I was like, I'm gonna take a shower after I eat. And then as I was eating, he got home and took a shower, and then I was like, well, I guess I'll wait till after he's done. And then he finished, and then I was playing Limbus and other stuff, and I was like, all right, when I'm done. And then I was done. Anyway, sorry, I might be checking my phone a few times because we're trying to arrange a session of Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Excuse me.
Let's just sneak a peek.
Which is like, it's not annoying, but the brother who has caused the most missed sessions texted me, my other brother, like, oh, now it's your guys' fault we're missing Baldur's Gate. And I was like, how dare he? Like, I know he was joking, but I was like, it's never been my fault. I literally told him last weekend, like, because he asked the same thing last weekend, or like was like, when are we gonna play? And I was like, dude, whenever you tell me you want to play, because every time I ask, you have some reason why you can't play. So I'm tired of asking. So whenever you're ready, let me know. And then he goes and says, you know, why aren't we playing? It's your guys' fault now. And it's like, it's not my fault. It's never been my fault. It'll never be my fault. Because I will literally drop everything to play Baldur's Gate. But anyway. Ashira is so cool. I don't know who she reminds me of, but I was going to say Yoruichi from Bleach. But the only thing is that she has like darker skin. But that's not even who I was thinking of. I was just trying to figure out who I was thinking of, and that was like, I don't know. I was like, I guess, kind of. But that's not who it is. I'm trying to think. I don't know if it was something recent, but it's like her looks, like her.
Every day's a training day.
Senna. Kind of like her looks, but also her personality. But I can't place it. I don't know who it is. Not that her archetype is unique or something. But anyway, I like her a lot. Trying to think what else. Nothing really. I didn't do anything today. I watched the Germa stream. That was also kind of like I was gonna start a little bit sooner, but when I got out of the shower, he was finishing up his stream, and so I was like, I guess I'll just listen to whatever he has to say at the end. Which he didn't have much to say, just like joking around with the chat and stuff, except for that like GoFundMe thing, which I thought was kind of weird. Like, I get it, but like he didn't really explain it, unless I just missed it because I wasn't really fully paying attention. But he was like, yeah, you know, if the mods can link it in the chat, and then they linked it, and I clicked on it, and I was like, they have 102,000 out of $102,000, so why do they still need to share it? I mean, I guess, like, I know, like, you can never have too much money, but like, I don't know, they already met their goal, and
now we know things.
I don't know, like, yeah, I don't know, like the kind of just like linking a GoFundMe without any explanation. Like the GoFundMe explains what happened and what it's for, but why Germa or like other people do this, but like why, you know, it's not gonna open. Why those people care, you know? Not that you can't care if you don't know the person or something, but I don't know. I'm like, there's so many scams of those and things, and just like kind of like beggars that I need a little more than just like, oh yeah, I don't know, I felt like this one was legit this time, you know. Anyway, I guess we'll beat up all these dudes here. Oh, there's another one. Whoops.
I'm getting peckish.
Unless that was just a shop.
Do we have any snacks? Shall we put our heads together on this?
Oh, well, hold on. Oh no, I forgot. Oh, that's what it was. I forgot to track my sleep last night in Pokemon Sleep. I was talking about it too on stream yesterday. I was like, yeah, I've never missed a night and blah 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 blah. And then last night, I literally, and like I was going to, like I was playing Fate Grand Order as I was getting ready to sleep. So I was like, let me just burn my AP in Fate Grand Order and then I'll start Pokemon Sleep. And then I fell asleep playing Fate Grand Order, but I slept for 5 hours. Like I fell asleep around like 2 and then woke up at like 6:30. So like 4.5 hours. And I was like, how? Because like if I fall asleep playing Fate Grand Order or something, I usually wake up. If I fall asleep, I usually wake up like 10 or 15 minutes later, and I'm like, oh right, I'm still playing Fate Grand Order. Let me finish, you know, this battle, or just close the game and then, you know, go to sleep. Like start Pokemon Sleep and then go to sleep. But this time I just like slept straight until the morning, and then I was like, ugh. And then I just went back to sleep because I was like, I already missed, like, it's already 4 a.m. so it's the next day. So if I start tracking now, it's going to count for today's sleep. And I didn't want that to happen. So I was just like, I'm just going to finish sleeping. And then when I wake up, just track like 8 hours or whatever. And so that's what I did. Or 8. Well, I only put 8 hours because I slept like, I don't know, 8 and change. But I didn't care enough to like mess with the clocks to like set it to give me exactly how much or whatever. Because I know exactly how much. And the most you can get credit for is 8.5 hours anyway. So I was like, whatever, this is fine. But I was so annoyed because you don't get to research, so you don't get to catch Pokemon and stuff like that. And yeah, I don't know, it was dumb.
Shall we put our heads together on this?
Majestic.
What's up, K-Fed? Thank you for subscribing. You got the Mikolash. I haven't heard that one in a long time. Welcome, welcome. You have a bunch of cute emotes now. I don't even know. Hold on, I'm gonna look because I don't remember what emotes are. I mean, they're all cute, but I don't. Oh, okay. The only one that you don't have is, well, like the 3 bits ones, I guess, and the cash one. Love Colony 11. So I did this last night. I think Ashira is so cool. I like her a lot. And I'm in the middle of like doing the discussions on the 3 like units to fight, I guess. Or it seems like we're gonna fight them, even though we already fought them. Maybe we're not gonna fight them. Maybe we're gonna help them or something. Win them over.
Shall we put our heads together on this?
I don't remember what I was talking about. I think I was talking about Pokemon Sleep. Amazing here for chain attacks. Chain order is OP. Is that the one? Oh, I don't remember what her order was. But I know when you pick her to like take an attack, she if she's the last one, she like maxes that out to 2, or not maxes it out, but puts it at 200%. Okay. It makes it seem like the way Ashira was making it sound was that we were gonna fight them, but now that we're doing these discussions,
Right
they're
then.
like
Should we get a move on?
the little picture makes it look like it's just a quest. And we'll run into them, but maybe not fight them.
Made some new friends.
200 completion. Let's get 3 other characters back and start with the mass. Okay, that explains that, because like last night, as I was like running through with her in the party, I got 3 characters back, and I was like, what the heck? Like, why? I didn't realize that was her. Her class has a launch ability? Sweet. That's probably why. I saw someone launching. Maybe it was Uni, or maybe it was just Ashira, but someone launched last night, and I was like, I haven't seen a launch in a while. Because I've just been like mixing classes, like not strategizing with classes, just like putting people on a class that isn't capped out. 40% more damage while launched. I remember in at least 1, I don't remember how it is in 2, but in 1, when you launch something, you can do, yeah, you do like a lot of damage. A lot more.
I don't like our chances.
Okay. Well, these guys are kind of strong. I feel so slow. Okay. Okay, Lance's dead. He's not even tanking anymore. Oh, I could have fused. Alright, I don't know if we can do this. Also, maybe I should have been standing in the tank circles. Okay.
Help's on the way. On your feet now, Uni.
I guess I could switch to him. Well, never mind. It's over. I guess I should have just kept focusing this one. This probably would have killed it. I kind of want to retry because I almost killed the one. 100% completion is one character. 150 is 2 back. 200 is 3 back. Okay. I never realized that.
Weapons out.
No, I don't want to be.
Do or die.
Oh, I guess. I will only play Mio. Okay. I don't want to be in front of that other guy, though. To get Noah out from dying. What? Okay. Dude, he keeps blocking that one. Oh, whoops. Okay, this one went so much worse. Like, I don't even really know what. Oh, I think it's because I. Well, no. Whatever. I don't think I can do this. I changed my mind. Maybe I got lucky last time. Wait for everyone to die. Completion percentage also boosts damage ratio. Don't know if it scales anymore. Past 200%. 200% is great. Someone made a grunt noise. It's cute. 5 levels under. That's what. Yeah. I mean, that first fight went pretty okay, I guess. Like, I almost killed the one, even after, like, kind of messing up. But that one went so much worse. And I can just come back and do this one later. There's other ones we can do in the meantime.
As hot-blooded as ever.
Whereas you're the model of restraint.
All right, where?
I want to go here now.
What? Where does she want to go? Let's this one.
We've really walked a bit, huh?
I think the new oh there we go. Okay. I was gonna say I think the new servant like rotation is out in Fate Grand Order, but it might be tomorrow. I don't remember. I don't remember when it's supposed to switch because I want Summer Say, but I don't remember when that's supposed to happen. Oh. I've never... Okay, that was kind of sad. I've never been on top of this. But now I think I made a mistake. Because I don't know... Oh, okay. They all just jumped. I didn't even jump. I feel like there should be a leg I can stand on. Senna best girl. She's pretty good. Wait, that was Ashira who jumped off. She's actually suicidal now. Okay. I probably just have to This one, maybe? Okay, the new banner isn't out yet, so I'm not gonna... I was gonna roll live. I don't have that much Saint Quartz to spend, but... I just want to see what I can get. Oh, okay. That was the other thing. Like, my brother texted me right as I looked at my phone. And, hopefully we play Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Because, one was like, I have to get a haircut. So I won't be back till like 2. And the other one was like, well, I probably won't be doing anything then. But just text me and we'll see. And now I'm kind of like, we're not going to play till like 5 at least. And then one of them's going to be like, sorry, I got to go to sleep at like 8. So we're barely going to get anywhere. She was supposed to be a dumb band clone. Wait, maybe that's who she reminds me of. Because I kept thinking, like, she reminds me of somebody. Not necessarily from Xenoblade, but I just kept thinking she seemed familiar. Like, her looks and her, like, attitude, like, personality. And she did say something about, like, something about a world of strife. Her talent order is called Blossom Dance? Okay, because she said something about a world of strife, and I was like, that's Dunban. Dunban says that. That's part of his whole Blossom Dance thing. I like how Uni got the class too, because at first it seemed like it was gonna go to Lands, because he's like a fanboy, but then Uni had her whole little bit. I don't know if I ever did this one. I did. Oh wait, let me It is Blossom Dance. I was gonna say I never looked at the arts. That's the launch.
Jaws of death! Soaring tempest! Lustrous spike! Giant swing!
I know I did. I barely got the class. I once I finished unlocking her class, I quit. Like I didn't do any fighting. Well, I guess I shouldn't have fought those big dudes without it, but I finished talking to Ashira with Uni and then unlocked the class and then went to the canteen and stopped playing for the night. Don't like controlling many Kavesi classes. Hers is one of the most fun. Build her like a damage character to keep aggro forever. Launches super clutch. If I can get it on Mio, I'll put it on Mio. Because I don't want to control anyone but Mio, but I know Mio's supposed to be a tank anyway. That's why when I put, she has a ogre now, or put her on ogre. Because I finally hit level 10 on like what's it, the healer class that the kid has. I forgot his name. It starts with a V. This one, War Medic. Once I hit 10 on War Medic, I swapped off because I was like, I'm tired of healing. Normal or hard? I'm on normal. I don't.
This was a nice find.
I don't enjoy the combat enough, or like care to get too into it enough to want to play on hard. Like, it's not bad, but I don't. It's kind of how I feel about most JRPGs, even if they're like action-y like this one. Oh, I can beat these guys finally, I'm pretty sure. Well, let me do this first.
How about here?
Oh wait, I think. Okay, I was talking about gacha games earlier, talking about fake round order, but I think Limbus Company has its update tonight as well. Or maybe it's tomorrow too, I don't know.
Huh?
Oh wait, what? Today's only the 3rd, so maybe it's not tonight. Maybe it's... No, it's like the 6th or the 7th or something. Hey, wait, that's that girl. And she just stood there. Oh, I guess she wanted us to find her. Hard on this game is actually the most fair. Nerf chain attacks into the ground on hard mode. That's kind of why I don't like. I feel like that's how a lot of JRPGs are. Is when you play in the harder difficulties, it's like it's just like numbers changing, and I don't enjoy that as much. Like if I'm playing a game and the hard modes are just like smarter AI and stuff like that, then sure. But if it's just like enemies have more health and you do less damage or something, I don't like that. Getting a launch and chain attack, you do so much damage. Sure was how you first hit 1,000,000 damage. I don't know if I've hit 1,000,000. I know I've hit like well, I know I've hit 300,000 at least because I did that last night, but I feel like I've hit like maybe even 500,000 or 600,000 before. But that's on normal, so. Man, we helped these people, and now they're about to get owned because we helped a different group of people. I guess we didn't really help Colony 11. They just... Oh god. Come on. Okay. What was it? Yeah, Colony 11, we didn't even... We fought a bunch. Who's... Oh, Ashira. I was like, who's laughing? Someone keeps laughing in the middle of the fight. Sequoia. Oh. Did they all die because I killed her? Or were they all dead already? Wish the game emphasized more the damage bonus all combo reactions give. That's like, yeah. This game, out of the 3... that I played 1, 2, and 3. This one doesn't... Like, 1 and 2, I feel like all the combo stuff... Well, it feels easier to do. Probably because you have a smaller party. So you have, like, more control. Or, well, it feels like you have more control. But, like, I definitely did all the different... Like, in 1, I did the... You know, break, topple... Daze? What was after topple? Might just be days. Break, topple, days. And then 2 has the launch, I think. I don't know if the launch was in 1. It might have been? I don't remember. Break, topple, days, launch. What did 2 add? 2 has something. It added something. Maybe it was break, topple, days, and then 2 had launch. After days. And then this one has... Oh, no. No, it was break... Topple, days, launch, smash. 2 added smash. I don't remember, but I remember in 1 and 2, I like, you know, did those a lot and like made sure to do those all the time. I remember it being kind of frustrating in 1 actually because I would like break or something, or I'd be waiting for someone to break so I could topple or whatever, and it would just be annoying because the AI would never do what I wanted it to. But then in 2, they did it like all the time, so it was cool. And in this one, I just like don't even think about it ever because I don't know. It just I don't know. I just don't think about it anymore. Turn off showing teammates damage and healing numbers so there's less clutter and you can see your own damage. That's a good idea because I was laughing about that last night because I don't remember what I was doing, but there's like a billion numbers, and I was like, I cannot see. I actually can't see what's happening. She's trying to get in a fight. Oh, is he gonna fight the other group? Hold on. Okay. Hopefully I get to play Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. Both of my brothers seem like they want to. Okay, Days was 1. 2 had break topple and launch smash. Topple then either launch smash or Days burst. Oh right, this one adds that burst because I don't remember burst in any of the other 2s. Okay, so then 2 didn't have a split. I have a mustache here like on the underside here that keeps like tucking, not even like tucking. I'm trying to tuck it under the rest, but it keeps like coming down and like not going into my mouth, but like touching like the underside of my upper lip. Very annoying. I should have trimmed it earlier, but I didn't think about it. I was thinking about it when I was eating too, because I had a Big Mac for dinner, and like I like eating Big Macs, but I hate they put too much sauce. Even when I ask for like less sauce, it's still too much. And I don't think, it's not that they put too much, but the sauce always gets in the sides of my mustache, like on the sides of my mouth, and I always have to wash my face or like wash my mustache and beard after eating one, or just take a shower, which is part of why I took a shower after I ate earlier, which is why my hair is like, I guess you probably can't even see it because it's dark on a dark shirt, but I usually have it in a ponytail, not like laying on my chest like this, which sucks. Like, when it's like laying on my chest like this, it always makes me hot and sweat. But it's not really that hot right now. It's just like my hair is wet, so my chest is wet. Anyway, I don't even know what I was talking about. Oh, right, the mustache, whatever. Oh. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I guess I didn't have time to. I forgot to turn off the numbers. Okay, Tyon. What's his problem? So I was supposed to go 1 or 2 route. That's what. Yeah, like when they. I know when I first started this. That's kind of what I was thinking when they like teach you or you start learning that stuff, which is kind of cool because that's like part of this game is it's 1 and 2 combined, like the worlds. I should have used that or whatever. I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to fuse. First is stupid hard to access though usually. Oh, it drops items. Oh right, like Smash. I was gonna say that reminds me of like something in 2 Smash. Purge's rage status. I think they barely taught me about that at one point, and I don't remember anything about it. It's just been the last few weeks have been, well, not even that hectic or crazy, but I've been playing like the last time I played this game was last night, and the last time before that was a week ago, and the last time before that was like 2 weeks before. So like I've forgotten a lot of stuff about it and how to play. Not really like how to play, but like some of those more not like hidden mechanics, but less common, less seen. I don't know. Smash enrages enemies faster. Match that you hit them against the ground. I would be.
This should be our plan of attack.
I thought he was sideways.
I'm with you.
I wonder if she can do it. She needs to get 7%. I don't know. Oh, I guess I can use another person first, because she doesn't come back anyway. Okay, she did it anyway. But it's fine. Whatever. One hero that can access burst that I have right now. Oh, okay.
I use my big guy coming right up. Let me you in the clear. I'm with you. Hang up there.
Oh, the other one died.
I might have the answer. How about something like this?
All right. I'll take one.
I think she'll do it. Nice.
This isn't the end. Ah!
Leave it to uni. I might have the answer. I might have the answer.
Every time I pick her and she does that yippee, I always forget, and I just like it's like I love it so much. It instantly makes me laugh and smile. It's cute. And TP bonus for selecting a hero of the same category as the completion of it. Right, I forgot about that. Okay, always add 10 to the TP for rest estimate. Okay. She did it again. Alright. I feel like he would hit 100% if I did him. YouTube video where it's 2 hours of chain attack music with a random yippee. I love those videos. I haven't seen that, but I would love to watch it. Cause I'll like, there's a Pikmin one where it's like 2 hours of silence or something with random Pikmin noises. Okay, see, like I did 691 there. That's just like against a normal enemy. There's another one that was like 2 hours of something with random whatever noises. But I think they're very funny. Those are like, it's a good bit.
This one means business.
Jesus Christ. I think that was my capture card going out or something. That was really loud. Now we gotta play muted. Hold on, let me see if I can Jesus. I don't know how to fix that because the only thing I can think of is to unplug it and plug it back in, but I'm afraid to unmute it and try to figure it out. Hold on. I'm gonna go to this intermission screen and try to figure out what that was. I'm gonna mute myself for a little bit. I'll still be here though. Okay, it's gone for some reason. I didn't even do anything. I don't know why. Maybe it was, dude, for real. I don't know what just happened. It was like just like loud static. I thought it was my capture card, but I had it muted. Like I muted it on my like capture card, like capture software or whatever. And then I muted it in OBS so that it wouldn't, when I unmuted it, it wouldn't go through the stream. But then when I unmuted it on the capture card again, it was back to normal. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if it was just like something in the game, like too many sounds or something. Press minus, as long as it's not a boss. Auto battle. Oh right, I know. I've seen that and I've just never used it because I don't know. I like playing. What's up, Honda? Did you hear the static noise that just happened? It was really loud and gnar. It was kind of scary. I don't know what happened. I thought it was my capture card, but it might have been the game itself. Because like sometimes the game, like there's a move on the War Medic that when you use it, like it shoots like a bunch of little shots and they all have like a really loud sound each and they all go at the same time. So it's just like a loud burst of like crunch and it's obnoxious. It's the Matrix. Maybe. Dude, my hair's so soft. Okay, like I'm gonna talk about my hair for a second. It's my conditioner is so good. Like that's the thing is like people like my conditioner is expensive, but it's really good and it lasts like 6 months. Like the bottle, I'll buy 1 liter of it for $80 and it'll last me like 6 months. And like I'll tell someone like, oh yeah, I use this, and they're like, isn't that super expensive? Your hair is soft. I mean it could be. I mean it probably is if you let it grow smooth. But never heard that before. Capture card book? That's what I'm thinking. Your scalp. But I've never had that with my capture card before, so, and it went away like on its own. But I've had other like weird sound things with this game. Nothing like that though. But it makes me think it might have just been the game or the Switch. Or it could be everything all together. The only thing that matters is it's gone now. Anyway, my hair's so soft. I never get to like appreciate it because like I wash my hair in the morning before I go to work, and then I get to work and it's just like I keep it in a ponytail all day, and all I really get to do is redo my ponytail every now and then. So I never get to just like do this and, you know, like comb through my hair with my fingers and feel the softness, because that conditioner, it's Pureology. I don't really like the shampoo that much. Like, shampoo is fine, but I really like the conditioner. And it's like, it's so good. I've used like a million conditioners. I've tried. I've like gone through, because I started growing my hair out and I was like, this conditioner sucks. This conditioner sucks. This conditioner sucks. And Pureology, I was like, wow, this conditioner is really good, but it's expensive. So next time I buy conditioner, I'm gonna get something cheaper. Cliche IT guy ponytail. That's, I mean, it's like, even with the ponytail, my hair is too long. Like I either need to start doing it higher up so that it hangs down, not as low. Because like I'll get under desks, like I'll be like fixing something. Like the lady I was talking about, who we fixed her desk. I was talking about it last night, but she got a new desk, so I had to rerun cables. I had to crawl under her desk, and I kept sitting on my hair, or like putting my hand on my hair. Would I sell my hair when I cut it? If I ever cut it, sure. Maybe not sell it, maybe donate it. My uncle made a, he like tried to like, not like buy it off me legitimately, but he was like, he's like, how much money to get you to cut your hair? And I was like, $1,000. And he's like for real? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, all right, I'll get you $1,000 right now. And I was like, no. And I was like, $5,000. And he's like, I'll bring you $5,000 right now if you let me cut your hair. And I was like, no. It's not, there's not enough money. Just some of it. Why not? Because I don't care. I don't care. I don't care about the money. I'm not growing my hair for anything other than I just want to grow my hair. I'm not that attached to it, but I'm not going to sell it until I'm ready, until I want to. Trip to Japan, it is, but then I would have to cut my hair and then grow it out again. This is like 5 years or yeah, like 5 years. I don't know. Whenever Max got married, that was the last time I cut my hair. So this is like however many years of growth and like effort and stuff. So like $5,000, that's only $1,000 a year for like upkeep and all that stuff. That like, I don't know if that's worth it. Want to get an ironic man bun just to try to pull off the douche bun. I've never ever put my hair in a man bun, and now it's too long to put into a bun at all. I've thought about like doing like a plait or braiding it, so it's like a little more controlled. But that's also like, I've braided my hair before, and I don't like having my hair like locked in place, if that makes sense. Like I like it just like, I just want it to like hang out and swing and put it in a ponytail every now and then, and that's it. But it's too long. Like I'm starting to realize it's too long to just do that too much, because if I have to crawl under a desk, or if I have to like do anything where my hair is going to get in the way, it's going to get in the way. But I'm not going to cut it. If I cut my hair, all the Japanese ladies would want to bang me. Exactly. I need to keep them away. But it gets me all kinds of attention from women anyway. Because like I don't know, not every day, but like at least once a week, someone is like, wow, your hair is so long. I still can't get over it. And it's like, it is. I don't know what I'm supposed to say to that.
Well, we've been found.
I guess it's not that I can't really turn off, because I don't think you can pause. No, yeah, you can't pause again. You can't pause mid-battle, so I can't go to my settings to turn off everyone else's numbers. Giggle and say thank you like a good little kitten. No. The other thing that's funny is like girls will ask me like what I do for my hair. Like they're like this week some girl was like she's like, how long does it take you to brush it? And I'm like, I don't know, like 10 minutes if I brush it, but I usually don't brush it more than a couple times a week, if a couple times. And she's like, really? And I was like, yeah, it's too long to like actually maintain, really. Like I just wash it and condition it and then leave it alone most of the time. But she was like surprised by that. But I was like, in my head, I'm like, what? Like, I mean, I guess like a lot of people, even like women, haven't had their hair like this long. Like my length is on the like way upper end of like hair length. So like a lot of people don't even know what it's like to have hair this long. Wait, no! I wanted to chain attack him. Haven't been able to menu for the last hour, yeah. Wait. Sit there and push it out? What are you talking about? What did I say? Have to brush your hair daily because it knots like crazy. Then you shed in the shower is annoying. Dude, I lose so much hair in the shower. Oh, you grow your hair? Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I, like, when someone does ask, like, you know, like, how do you get it so long or how do you keep it so healthy or whatever, I'm always like, it's not even that healthy. It's like the ends are so dry and, like, split. I mean, not even that really that badly because I do trim some of the split ends every now and then. Like today I was trimming some of them. Like I literally just like, I just wash it. I wash it every other day and condition it every other day. I mean, I could condition it in the days in between, but that's too much work. Maybe you're balding. You don't know. I don't think so. Like if you lose as much hair as I do in the shower, you would think that. But I've been losing, like, every time I wash my hair and condition, like every time I finish a shower, I like slap the hair, like as the hair comes out, I slap it on the wall, and when I like clean it all up, it's like a nice, not even nice, but it's a big hairball. You're balding, you can tell. It's like a big fat hairball that is like, every time I see it, I'm like, dude, I'm balding. I'm losing my hair finally. But then I'm like, it's been like this for like the last 3 years. So like, I would be bald by now if I was actually balding, losing this much hair in the shower. Because the thing is, you lose like, I don't know, a lot of hair every day. It's just you have so much hair that it doesn't actually change. But I was saying, like, people ask, like, does my dad still have hair? I think so. I don't think I'll go bald. Like, I don't think I have, like, the genes to bald or whatever, because no one in my family on either side, like my grandpa on my dad's side and, like, my older uncles and stuff, they've all had their hair, and then on my mom's side, everyone has had their hair. Now the twins, Adam is bald, so they might lose their hair. That's why I keep telling Liam, like, just grow your hair, but he keeps cutting it. Have to only wash every other day. Otherwise it'll alter. Yeah, mine too. Like, if I don't wash, if I go longer than a day between washes, like if I wash Monday, Wednesday, Friday usually. But if I try to go like an extra day, my hair is just like super oily and greasy, and I hate it. Like if I brushed it, it would look better. It wouldn't be so bad. But like I was saying, I don't like to brush my hair. It's too much work. Way too much work. Get wrecked, Liam. um, 50 hairs a day still somehow have hair. That's like, yeah. I don't know. I probably have like 100 hairs on the wall when I'm done, but it's a lot of hair every time, and I'm just like, dude, how can I lose this much and still have this much? But I don't know. I like having it. I just don't. I don't know. Like I literally was talking about it, with a guy the other day, but he was like, who was it? Where was it? But it was a guy who was saying he used to have long hair like mine, not as long as mine, but long. And he was like, I can't remember what he was saying, but he's like, I remember having hair that long and never wanting to cut it. Oh, and then it was okay. It's one of the guys I work with. Like, he's one of the like higher up dudes. He was like, yeah, you know, I remember I used to have hair that long, and I was always afraid to cut it or to lose it. And then I started losing it, and I was like, well, now the nightmare is real. And I was like, dude, I have nightmares about losing my hair, having to cut it, because like, I don't know, I'm attached to it. Like, I've had nightmares. Like, I've woken up from dreams and been like, oh, thank God, because like in my dream, like my hair got caught in something and I had to cut it off, or something happened where I had to cut it off, and I just like felt like just depressed, like my hair's gone, what the heck. And then I wake up and I'm like, okay, it's still here, thank God. Most shedding is hair, breaking hair. I don't think it's breaking. It's just hair that falls out. Did you, like, you're constantly losing hair, like, and I know I even pull out a lot of hair too, not a lot, but like maybe a couple or a few per shower. But I'll be like, so like my routine is I wash and then I condition, and as I'm conditioning, I'm detangling it, and I'll like kind of like grip it and like pull out like the loose hairs, the hairs that have come out, like what I'm doing right now. I just got one, and then like I'll have like some hairs in my hand, and then I slap them to the wall, and then like sometimes I'll be pulling and I can feel it like pulling out of my head, but like I'm just like, I'm not gonna let go, because if I let go I might lose some of the other hairs that I have in my grip, and I'll just like keep pulling until it either plucks from my head or like slips out of my hand, because it takes quite a bit of like pull to like actually pull a hair out. I mean, it doesn't take that much, but when your hair is wet and like slippery from conditioner, you have to like grip pretty hard and pull pretty hard if you actually want to pluck it. It's like the way I'm gripping it, like the strength on it, the tension or whatever, the grip that I have on it is like hard, like it's tight enough to pull the loose hairs, but not tight enough to like actually rip a hair out, unless it's like caught in a loose hair and it's not gonna break loose, if that makes sense. So if it gets plucked, I'm like, well, it was tangled up in this other hair, so it might as well come out anyway, because I'm not gonna leave that other hair tangled up in there. But there's like plenty of hair. Like I was saying, my hair is like old enough that it does break on the ends. Like sometimes I'll like see a break and I'll just break it because I'm like, that needs to go, otherwise it's gonna break, and like that end is gonna get stuck in my hair and tangle up and cause knots and things and whatever, and it's annoying. Brush before you shower. Don't want to clog your drain. That's so, my drain doesn't clog. My drain might clog every few months from hair, but that's why I slap it to the wall, because if I slap it to the wall, then it's not going down the drain. And because that's what I used to do too. I used to brush my hair before I shower to get all the like loose hairs out, or as many as I could out first. But then I like just changed up my routine. And actually I learned it from Gabby Honda, that because she was like, because I was like talking about this, and I was like, yeah, you know, like hair keeps clogging the drain or something, and she's like, no, what you're supposed to do is you like put your, like, you stick your hair to the wall. And I was like, what? And I remember Joe told me about that. He's like, yeah, it's so gross, when he was living with her. He's like, it's so gross because like I'll go to pee and there's just like a wad of hair in the toilet, and she was like, yeah, you know, that's like after my shower I like gather up all the hair off the wall and throw it in the toilet, and I'm not gonna flush it until I go to the bathroom so I don't waste water. And I don't know, I thought it was funny, but I flush it after I throw it in the toilet. But when I learned that, that's when I would still brush my hair, but like then I started to like be like, I don't need to brush my hair before I shower because it's all gonna come out in the shower and I can just slap it to the wall and then gather it up all after and throw it in the toilet, flush it down. 8 or 9 inches of hair only goes to your shoulders. Mine goes to my butt. Like mine goes between my butt cheeks when I'm in the shower. It's really annoying because I have to like make sure. Like I can't fart in the shower because I'll fart on my hair. Kind of gross, but it literally goes between my butt cheeks when I'm showering. But I know, like I feel like when I think about it, well, when I think about cutting my hair, I think like I don't think I'm gonna. The next time I cut it, if I ever cut it, I'm not gonna cut it all off. Like I would probably go to my shoulders and just like let it start growing from there again, just so I could even it out. Cause the insides, I guess I don't know how to explain it, but like the insides are shorter than the outsides. Cause I used to have a mohawk, so the sides of my head were shaved. So like basically the strip down the middle, everything that's like the strip down the middle or would be like the mohawk is longer. So like the sides are shorter, which is like underneath the outer layer or whatever. And like it's long enough that you can't even tell. But if I cut it, I would cut it to like my shoulders or like maybe like a little bit past my shoulders. Just so that it would, like I would know it's even for sure, and then like let it grow straight like that. But my hair doesn't grow straight. My hair, like you can't really tell right now, but it's like it's a little curly. Not like curly, but like wavy, I guess. It's type 2B. Like hair types like 2B, 2A, 2C, all that. It's like between 2B and 2C. So it's got like slight little curls to it. But some, like this side of my head is like tighter curls. Not like, they're not even tight, but like it gets tight on this side compared to this side, which is weird. And it's annoying because when I brush it, this side is like always more of a pain to get through. Rather brush first. Because your hair's not long enough to catch a lot of the hair that sheds. Also not sure enough it isn't an issue. Yeah, and like that's like the thing about growing your hair long too is I don't know if you're still growing it or if you're keeping it at 8 or 9 inches. But like there are like, I don't know, not like levels, like I don't know how to explain it, but like what do you call it? Stages. There are like stages where like you're like, okay, now I'm at this stage where, you know, this doesn't work anymore. Now I got to start doing this. You got to like change things up. I think I'm at the final stages. Like the only thing I can think of that goes past like the length that it's at now is it'll like go to the floor and I'll have to start like, I don't know, carrying a backpack or something and tucking my hair into my backpack. Or wear it like a scarf. Hair just only curls up at the ends. That's kind of how mine is. But well, it's like curlier at the ends, and I think that's because of the weight. Like it's so heavy that like these parts are like more straight looking because of like my hair. Like dude, my hair is heavy. Like anytime, like it's even well, obviously it's heavier when it's wet, but like I've like done things where like I'll be like lifting it or whatever, and I can like feel the weight like lift off my head. Like I can literally like that's one of the things like in my nightmares when my hair gets cut, my head feels so light like moving around, and I'm just like It's so weird. And then when I wake up, I'll sit up and I'll feel the weight and like look for my hair. I'm like, okay, it's still there. It's weird how heavy hair can actually be. That's the other thing is when it's wet in the shower, if I like whip it around at all, like sometimes I'll like turn in the shower and my hair will swing and it'll hit like the wall or like the sliding glass like shower door.
Oh, so that's how they do it.
And it'll like make a loud sound, like it'll like thump or like slap, and I'm just like, man, if I whip someone with this, like it would actually hurt. Employee at your local Walmart with hair as long as mine. Always mistaken for a woman until he turns around. His is like super luscious blonde. That happens to me. Like, I'll be in a store or doing something, and like when COVID was kind of like when everyone was still wearing masks. Like I would wear a mask through the drive-through and stuff like that.
Shall we go get
And like multiple times, the person at the window would open, you know, the window and be like, "It'll be blah blah blah, ma'am," and I'm just like, "Here you go," or whatever. Like, "Oh, sorry, sir," and I'm just like. Don't even worry about it. Because I have this beard, but if I'm wearing a mask, like when like the mask I wear the most is like a black mask. So you couldn't even see the beard because I wear black clothes and a black mask. And so the beard just blends in. But I just look like I just have long hair. All you see is the long hair. And then I remember when I was still pretty early on growing my hair out, I was visiting my brother in Maryland. And we stopped at this, it was probably a Walmart or something, some kind of like Walmart type of store, because we were getting like bedding, like pillows and blankets, because he didn't have enough stuff at his house or whatever. But when we were in the store, we might have been at the PX or whatever, because it might have been on base, but I was just like standing there like with my mom or my brother or something, and this lady comes up and she's like, "Can I help you, ma'am?" And I turned around and she's like, sir, and I was like, I laughed, but like she was like so like not scared but worried that she would have offended me, I guess. But I was like, I just laughed and I was like, no, it's good, don't worry about it. Because it's, I don't know, it's not a big deal. Like, I understand why you would mistake me for a woman from behind, because I got a big butt. No, I'm kidding. But I don't know. It's always just, I don't know. I think it's just because of culture nowadays, like people worried about being transphobic and stuff like that. So if they misgender you, they're like, "I'm sorry, like I meant ma'am or I meant sir or whatever." But it's like, bro, I don't care. Where's this quest? Oh, it's on the other map. Oh, wait. Oh, that's this one. I can't do that one yet. I might save that one for last, if I do it at all. No, that is that one. Oh. What? Oh, this is like the gathering one. Lame. Main struggle growing out your hair. How excessively high your head? Dude, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I can't go more than like one day between showers because I'm sweating so much that like the oil and the sweat is just like, my hair gets all gross and I'm like, dude, I have to wash it. Can't grow a beard yourself. Have a masculine face so you don't need a beard. Have you tried like growing it long? Because like that's one of the things, like a lot of people, like their beard grows in patchy, but they don't. Oh. Wait, what's that one? They don't let it grow long enough because they're like, no, it looks stupid, and it's like kind of growing your hair out too. Like some people start to grow their hair out and they're like, it looks stupid, so then they cut it before they get past like the stupid stage. the awkward stage. But growing a beard is kind of the same way, because like my beard is not that, it's kind of thin honestly, but it doesn't look like it because there's so much of it now, and the way it's like curly.
Something so valuable.
Oh, change it. Thank you. I was like in this menu forever and I didn't even think about that. Party. Okay, that seems like all I need to change. Rules of the hunt. That's what I'm looking for. I don't know if I can see it unless I'm on the map though, but I feel like it would be on this map, like out here somewhere. But I never explored the other part of the map, because when I came here, like the cutscene before we got Ashira was like, we're gonna go this way, and I was like, well, I want to see what this is over here, and then I walked too far that it put me in a cutscene and then did the whole Ashira stuff, and I was like, well, now I want to do this. So what I'm looking for might be out here somewhere. I mean, obviously it has to be somewhere I've been, because I have a lot of what I need already. I only need one more. Obsidian berry. Maybe it's not on this map.
You itching to get wrecked?
What is that? Oh. Oh, he barely even grow anything. Okay. I see. Okay, okay. That's different then. Yeah, you're right. I was just thinking more like, because there are people who, like I've talked to friends and family who have been like, I can't grow a beard because it grows in all patchy, and I've been like, mine grows in patchy and like thin, but once you let it grow long enough, it like covers all that up, all that gets covered up. But if you're just like bald, I don't know if you're, I don't want to assume your race, but I know like there's plenty of like Asian races that just parts of their face don't grow the hair, so like even if they try to grow as much as they could, it would just be like those few spots that just like grow long. But then there's other races that just like their entire face, it's not even like really like 100% racial either, because like I was gonna say I knew a black guy who he had it, like it was in the military, he had to get we'll call it a no shave chit, which just means you get like a piece of paper from your doctor saying this guy doesn't have to shave, because his hair, I mean, it's like a thing that happens to black people a lot in the military at least, but like their skin gets jacked up from shaving like real easy, like they have like more sensitive skin or something, and so like a lot of black dudes would always have no shave chits, but this one guy specifically, like he would have his no shave chit so he wouldn't have to shave, but like it was just like I've seen him after shaving and his skin would look all jacked up, which like I'm like, okay, that's why he has to get that. And then like the next day it's just like complete like black, like it's so thick and like every spot is filled in, like there's no gap on his face from the beard, and it's just like, dang dude, like that's intense. Like whereas like if I go a day, like you can see the hair, but it like there's plenty of like you can still see like through the hair and see my skin. But like then like I've known Asian dudes who like they try to grow their facial hair and they just have like a very small mustache and like a little like bottom lip hair, and maybe like I don't know, like the edges of their mustache grow down a little bit. Charlie, you're big an inch long, and yeah, no. A lot of acne scars, so your jawline is like barely 2% hair growth to skin ratio. Jeez, that sucks. Well, okay, I don't want to say I envy you, but I was gonna say, like, the beard, me growing my beard out is, like, growing my hair out is like because well, it started because I didn't want to get haircuts anymore, but also I was like, I wanna grow my hair out. I've never grown my hair out like that before, so let me do that. But with the beard, it's literally I just don't want to shave. Like, I could shave the beard. Like, we were talking about like how much to cut my hair. Like, I was like, my uncle offered $5,000, and I was like, no. If he offered $5,000 to shave my beard, I'd do it in an instant. I'm not attached to my beard at all. The only reason I have it is because if I shave it, then I have to go through the process of growing it out again, and not in like a, oh, I want to grow it out again, but in like a, it's gonna be shaved and then start growing in, so it's gonna start getting itchy again, which means I'll have to shave it, and which means I'll have to like keep shaving or get past that stage and let it grow long enough that it stops itching. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to have to shave every day again or go through that. I'll just leave it how it is until I have a reason to cut it. Have to shave constantly every couple days to avoid having like 3 to 5 random hairs per cheek. My hair grows in pretty fast. I got in trouble in boot camp once because, well, I didn't get in trouble, but a drill instructor was like, he came up to me and was like, you didn't shave this morning. And I was like, this recruit did, sir. Because it was like lunchtime, and my facial hair had grown in enough that it looked like I hadn't shaved. And he was just like, I'm like sitting there eating, and he's just like in my ear like, you didn't shave. I know you didn't. And I'm just like, this recruit did, sir. Like, whatever, like, get off my back. I shaved. My drill instructors wouldn't let me leave if I didn't shave, dude. Like, what do you think? They just didn't check me after I shaved. It's my hair, my facial hair, it's pretty thick. Like, the individual hairs are coarse, and so like if I don't shave after shaving, if I don't shave for a few days, it gets really itchy, like unbearably itchy. And that's kind of like what makes me keep shaving it, but I hate shaving. So it's like every time I grow my beard out, like, this is the longest I've had it, but like I've gotten this long a few times and like shaved it for like some occasion or something and then let it grow out again. But like before I ever like started letting it grow like this, I would like shave and then let it grow for a few days or a couple weeks, and then shave and then let it grow for a week or two, shave, until I was like, let me see how long I can get it. Let me just like let it grow. And then I was like, wait, it's so much better when it's just like fully grown, because I don't have to, like, it's not irritating anymore. Like, when my beard is this long, like the only irritating stuff is when my mustache hairs get into my mouth. That's it. And I usually end up trimming those so that it doesn't happen, and it lasts like a month or two before they like get long enough to get in again. Or like sometimes they're just like one-offs. Like right now, I was talking about it at the beginning of the stream, there's just like one hair that keeps like tucking itself under my lip, and it's kind of annoying. So if I just snip that one, I won't have the problem anymore. Like, if it's like half an inch long or an inch long, that's a million times more noticeable and annoying to me than how it is right now. Your dad has a great beard. You got your mom's jeans. Can't grow anything good. Your mom doesn't have a nice beard.
How about here?
That's one of the things I think. Oh, I don't know if my family is like hairy, I guess. Not really, but there are women in my family who, like, you can see their mustache and stuff, like, and they'll get it. Like, even my mom, I think, gets her mustache waxed, even though hers isn't that noticeable. It's just that my mom does like a lot of what do you call it, like beauty routine stuff or whatever. Like, she's always doing like teeth whitening things, or like facial treatments or whatever, hair stuff. She dyed her hair like a week ago or something. Yeah, it was like last weekend because it was for my cousin's wedding. I wish those fruits would... I'm going to look up where these obsidian berries are. Because I was going to say, I wish they would show up on the map. And I know they do. They'll like show up as like little icons. I just typed in obsidian, no berry. Oh, they're in Pentelis region. Okay, so that's where we are, but they're over... They're like around here, it looks like. We'll see. Dad's beard is like 7 inches, full face. Definitely jealous. Has to take care of it. He's also bald. Rather have a head of hair versus a good beard. I agree. My beard? I don't know. It's not. Well, right now I trimmed it up actually like a couple months ago. Like trimmed off a few inches because it used to go down to my belly button. Like if I pulled it, like brushed it and like stretched it to its full length or whatever, it would reach down to my belly button. But now it's like, I don't know, like halfway there, I guess. So I had to get a good size, like a good length. But the way it curls, it's like always kind of like, it looks like it's about here anyway, even when it's at its longest. But I can't, like my hair, the way it curls, I'll never, I don't know, like there are dudes who have like the long beards that I'm like, man, I wish. Like Eris, I don't know if you've ever watched Avoiding the Puddle, Eris. But his beard is like, I'm like, dude, I wish I had a beard like that. I wish I could grow it that long, because like, even before I trimmed it, I hadn't grown for like 4 or 5 years, and it never, like I hit like the terminal length, like it was at its maximum length that it was ever gonna grow, and so it just kind of like, I don't know, I had to like come to terms with the fact that I'll never have a long beard like that, like unless I straighten it or something, but I'm not gonna do that. Fronis Hulk Fabricators. Okay. I gotta figure out where I can find one though, because I don't know if I found one on this map. Or maybe I did. I guess it would just tell me the quest is complete if I got it. Hopefully this one will give it to me. I don't know if they like only give you certain types of items per, like each one has like a set amount of items, like a set group. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Easy. Good idea. Oh, I was talking about my chair at work yesterday, and then Honda this morning, I think it was this morning, was talking about chairs, and I was like, yeah, I have, you know, one of those mesh chairs at work, and I'm gonna get one for home. And I was like, that reminds me, I should order that now, because I meant to like look into it last night and I didn't, even though I had the tab open still. And then, oh, and okay, that's two things I'm talking about. Two payments at a time before they. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Cool. What was I saying? Chair. Oh, so yeah, so like I was like, I'm gonna order that new chair, or order that chair I have at work for home, because I like it a lot. Like, it's so good. And I was like, I don't know, I knew I would, because it was like the chair I had at my old job, when I was in the Marines, when I was on the Air Force base. I had one of those mesh chairs, and I was like, dude, I want another one of those. So I was like, I want the same exact chair that I have at work. And I went to look up in my email, my work email, because that's where like the link was, because I had sent it to the head of IT, director of IT, whatever he calls himself. And I was like, I'm gonna find the link, send it to myself, so I can order it. And when I did that, I was checking my email, and I had an email from the COO at my job, and he's like, hey, I need to reset my password. How do I do that? And I was like, I can't email him, because he emailed me and my supervisor, and if I email him back, I have to, like, you know, include my supervisor on the email so she knows that I'm like helping him, or so that she knows that I saw it. And if I do that, she'll get mad at me because I'm not supposed to respond to emails outside of work hours, because I got in trouble for that. I got in trouble for working too hard. Like, for going above and beyond without even clocking in, so they didn't even have to pay me. But I was like, alright, fine, I won't do it anymore. And so this email, like, it came in, and I was like, I don't even know how to deal with this, because like I can't email him and help him because I'll get in trouble. But she hasn't responded, because I didn't see this. Like, he had emailed us at like 11 in the morning. Oh, this is the guy we were just working with. Oh, he just wants to fight to the death with me. Wait, I like her hair color and wings. How come Uni's hair is different than her wings? 'Cause, like, hers are like her hair color, and his are like that too. But Uni's are... Oh, it's probably because she's... Well, I'm assuming that Uni is related to Melia somehow, and Mio is related to Nia somehow, because they like have the same colors, like wings and ears and all that. Anyway, what was it? Work stuff. Oh, whatever. Yeah, this email. I was like, I'm gonna forward the email to my supervisor, even though she's on the email anyway, and just be like, hey, have you seen this? Just to make sure she knows that I saw it and I was willing to take care of it, like ready to take care of it, but also like give her like a ping to be like, hey, just in case you saw this and forgot about it or something, or just didn't see it at all, maybe this will give you the notification to make you actually check your email and see it and deal with it or something. But anyway, then I found the link to the chair that I wanted, and I ordered it, and it said it would get here next Saturday, unless, like, I don't have Amazon Prime right now, or I didn't. It literally just expired on like the 30th or the 31st or something. And I was like, well, I'm not gonna renew it until I want to order something. And then this chair was like, it'll get here next Saturday or tomorrow if I get like the fastest shipping, which would be free with Amazon Prime. But I was like, I'm not gonna pay $14 or $15 just for this one thing. But then when I went to my cart, it was like, hey, we're gonna give you a week of Amazon Prime for $2. And I was like, okay, I'll pay $2 for tomorrow shipping. And so I did that. So hopefully it gets here tomorrow, and then I can set it up and brag about how nice it feels. Because like those, I mean, I'm sure it depends on the brand or whatever, but like the mesh chairs are so much nicer because they like, I don't know, they're like, now that I've sat in the mesh chair again, I'm like, yeah, cushions aren't like, the mesh is so much nicer because it's like, there's no, like, you're not hitting like your cushion's not gonna like the cushions will deflate over time, but the mesh I feel like will just like stretch over time, I guess. But if you don't weigh that much, it's not. That's like not really an issue. And they're a lot cooler, if that makes sense. Like they literally breathe better because it's a mesh instead of a cushion. Oh, I forgot. I was doing my PvP battles in Blue Archive. The timer ran out. But what was it? Yeah, if he gets here tomorrow, I'm gonna be so excited. Cause like when I put in the order, it said tomorrow, and I was like, that could happen, but I'm not planning on it. Like, if anything, it'll be like, hey, it's shipping, and it'll get here, you know, Wednesday or Thursday. Cause I feel like a lot of times when I order stuff from Amazon, and it's like it'll come the next day, it doesn't. It's always like a day or two after that, which is fine. I don't need it now. Okay, wait, we're doing good this time. Kind of. Even though nothing changed. No. Are we focusing? Who died? Okay, no one. Dude. Okay, no one died again. But or not Uni, Tyon can't pick him up because he's fused. Dude, he evaded that. That was nice. Oh, I missed. Okay. I was like, as soon as Noah gets up, I'm doing it. Nice. I didn't even turn in that other quest that I got the fruit for. They weren't actually gonna kill that guy, so we ruined it. Oh, he's this kind of guy. He's like the boss from the boss sparrow in Okami. He doesn't talk, but they understand everything he says. Why did I take so much damage already? Oh my god. I like this blowdown. It lands like quite a bit. Okay. Okay. Dude, I knew he was gonna be like level 49 or something because they would have make him weaker than the dudes that those Levnesses, but this is scary. Alright. Stabilizing, maybe. Sheer is dead. I like the way he was like slipping. Dude, please, we're almost. Nobody died. Okay. Hold on, let me do this next fight. Rank 53. I'm winning. Okay. Okay. I was scared that whatever other points he got was going to be too much. I should have done one of the healers. Or another healer.
Let's change it up.
Hold on. Finished the night at rank 53. It's like the highest I've been in a long time on Blue Archive. Like I still get like top 100 frequently, but it's usually like just barely.
Out of my way.
Nice.
Do you think this plan might work?
Uh,
How about something like this?
I guess I can pick
Just thought of a great idea.
anyone except Uni.
How about something like this?
I've got an idea. How's this for a plan? All right.
I'll start us off.
No! Oh, the numbers. I forgot they get that 25% extra or whatever. So like 80, that's good because then I can do Senna and it'll be fine.
I just thought of a great idea. Hit them where they least expect.
I use my thinking muscles for this.
Great. Everyone get ready.
This'll end it.
Oh, we're not done yet. I'll make it count. Quick. Everyone get ready.
Okay. We have to do the healers. Anyone else would hit 100.
This'll end it.
So she's just gonna kill him? I didn't think I was gonna do that much damage to him. He was like... Alright, well we did kill him. He was at like 3/4 of his health. And then we just killed him with the one chain attack. The boss is cream crackered? What? He wants to feel pain. A rematch. What? He talked. Kind of. That was loud.
We got it all, as requested. I hope it made them happy. We got it all, as requested. We got it all, as requested. We got it all,
I guess I
as
could
requested.
farm those Furnaces
I hope it made them happy.
to get a bunch of these things.
We got it all, as requested.
But I don't want to sit here doing this forever.
Looks like we're all done. I hope it made them happy.
I was comparing this to
Made them happy.
Merc missions last night, because it seems like the kind of thing I would do off stream when I'm just... Oh, nice. Good. She's about to hit 10 too. That's fast. What are they saying? Kind of want to take him off of healer. Well, it's hit 10. Oh, if I take him off of healer and him, then we have no healer. Healers. But I want Juniper's class. Or another tank. He almost has this unlocked. Whatever. I guess I'll put him.
To monitor the battle, then on healing duty.
I would want him to have this one, but I didn't let anyone learn it.
I can take care of support.
For now. Oh, never. Oh, I mean, yeah. I haven't ever put something down here. Why?
Hidden thorn. Cross impact.
Sure. I kind of don't care right now. I just want to make sure everyone has something on everything. Okay. Oh wait, what else was there? All right. Oh, I don't have that many points. Oh wait. I'll worry about that later. Just not in the mood to do builds and stuff. Figure out what arts I want to have on everyone. She teleported. Oh, we have something to discuss.
I'm getting peckish. Do we have any snacks? Hey, so can we talk? Thanks for the food.
Wasn't this 20% last night? Did it get upgraded from that quest?
Thanks for the meal.
Or maybe it was 30%, but the one we can make is 20% or something.
We have to keep track of our progress. Ugh. Oh, so
Let's be
that's how
off.
they're doing.
I'm gonna check my email just in case. I was talking about that earlier, but I want to see if my supervisor responded. Nope. I'm just worried that, like, because it's the COO, the Chief Operations Officer or whatever. I'm worried that he's gonna be like, I'm locked out, I can't work, and the IT guy is just ignoring me. Even though I was literally told to ignore everyone when I'm not working. It's hard to tell which ones are like actually on the upper level. But even if I wanted to help him, I couldn't, because like I would literally have to drive all the way to my office because I don't have the VPN installed on my desktop, and I don't want to. I mean, I guess I could install it and then just like do that, but I don't want, like, I don't know, like, I'm not supposed to work
Is this like a rare
when I'm off.
Quite a rare sight.
And so I don't want to take that step, even if it's just to do this quick little password reset thing. Hold on. Maybe this one? Anyway, okay, good. I mean, it's too late now because he's probably asleep or getting ready for bed or something, but yeah, I'd have to install our VPN. Actually, I don't know. I wonder if I could use a different VPN. I don't know. But I don't know if I don't know if it's free, or like if I need a license for it, or if the license is attached to the domain or something. I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, I don't want to like figure all that out. I just really wanted to run between its legs. When my supervisor should deal with it. Like, she has all that stuff set up already. Like, that's the thing, is it's like she's so unreliable that it's gonna make me look bad. But I did send her the email saying like, hey, I saw it, you told me not to do anything with it, so if something happens, I saw it, you told me not to do anything with it, so it's on you, because you're supposed to check your email. I'm not. I can't remember what this means when they like do that little electricity thing. I think they just kill enemies around them or something. Anyway, I don't know. The COO is like close with my mom. Like, they work, like, he's her boss and she's been there for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years or something. And they like, he's her favorite person in the office. Like, she's always like, you know, like, he's such a good boss and this and that, and he cares about everyone so much, that like, I'm afraid, that's the other thing, is I'm afraid that by me looking bad, by not helping him, it's gonna make her look bad. That's like a lot of the stuff that I have to deal with at work, is like, I'm kind of representing my mom in a way, because she helped get me the job, and so my performance is a reflection of her, but I don't know. He did email my supervisor, and he knows, like, he's, like I was saying, he's a cool dude, so I'm sure he's like, he knows that, you know, my supervisor should be taking care of him, but I want to, like, I'm literally like, I would literally go out of my way and figure out, you know, how to help him, like, get whatever VPN I need, or even like drive to the office to help him reset his password if my supervisor was like, do it. But she's not even responding, so it's like, what do I do? Because that's what happened earlier in the week. I don't know if I talked about this. I don't know if I streamed, but maybe I talked about it last night. I don't know, but our HVAC system, like there's a PC that monitors our AC and all that stuff, air conditioning. Like it has this like software on it, or it's like a server, like it's a whole thing. But I never messed with it before. I'd never seen it, never touched it, never knew what to do with it. Like had been told it's kind of its own thing. We don't worry about it, and we don't. But I didn't know this. But that PC, like the hard drive went bad. Something went wrong with it where it couldn't boot. Like it wouldn't go past. Sorry, I hit the mic. It wouldn't go past the starter prepare. Like there was something wrong with the startup. That it went into starter prepare and couldn't, like it would just like loop back into it. And I don't know if I talked about this last time, but it was busted. And so the maintenance guy sent an email to me. He tried calling me, but he doesn't have my personal phone number, and the phone number he tried calling the help desk and the cell phone for the help desk, because that's what's on my business card that I gave him. Because I thought when I gave him that number and I gave him that business card and I gave that information for that business card, I thought the help desk cell phone was gonna be like mine to take home, basically, not like to keep forever or whatever, but like it's for when I'm off and someone needs to call me, I get to call on that phone and, you know, answer it and know like, hey, you know, even if it's after hours. But that was before I got in trouble for working after hours, even though I didn't clock in and, you know, cost the company any money or anything like that. But anyway, and the time I did work after hours that I got in trouble for was when I was helping the maintenance guy with something. But anyway, he called, he sent emails, nobody responded, and so when I got into work on Thursday, there was like a piece of paper taped to my door that said like, hey, you know, call me when you get in, the HVAC is down. And I was like, okay. So as soon as I got in, I called him and he's like, hey, I'm actually on my way up, I'll talk to you in a minute. So he came over and he's like, yeah, like, I logged in, looked at my email, and I saw like the pictures he sent and stuff like that. And he took me over to the machine when he got in, and I was like, I spent like half an hour trying to troubleshoot it, or trying to figure out if I could even get it to boot so I could see what's on it, so I could like try to rebuild the PC on a different PC, like on one of the spares I have. But I couldn't get it to boot at all. So then I was like, all right, well, I'm just gonna build a PC, like set you up with a new, like a temporary PC, so you can get stuff going for now. And then when I looked, or when I was like building it, and I asked him like, hey, what's the, you know, Curry, what's up? I'm bored. Is this story boring you? I apologize. You don't have to listen. I was like, hey, what kind of software do you use on this so I can like install it and get you set up so you can get to work? And he's like, I don't know. I have no idea what it's called. And I was like, well, I can't really help. But then like, he was like, well, we got the HVAC guy, like the HVAC tech coming, and he knows what I need and he'll set it up. And I was like, okay. And so when that guy showed up, it got all set up, and like, that's like everything went smoothly after that guy took it. Well, he didn't get it done till like the day after, but it wasn't even anything to worry about, because he's like, no, the HVAC like runs, it's like, if you don't change anything, it just keeps running on the settings that it has. So it was never going to go down or anything, which is what the maintenance guy was making me think was going to happen, or telling me what was going to happen. Like, he was literally like, yeah, it's going to get hot in here real fast. And I was like, well, that sucks. And I couldn't get any help, because like I was trying to call the contractor I work with, and he was just like, he was off for the day and not responding. So I was like, well, I'm on my own, because he knows more about it than I do. But I was trying to like figure out where the backups were, like all this stuff, but just kind of like got abandoned. But anyway, my supervisor should have responded to that email, or like should have known this was happening the night before, because it was like 6 p.m. when he first sent the email out for his first email or whatever, and then tried calling the help desk, which is tied to her phone. Like, she can see that it's ringing and can answer it at home. And then, you know, can do all this stuff. And then she just like completely she didn't even know what happened until the day of, like around like 10 a.m. when she finally got in, and was like I told her, I was like, hey, you know, we're dealing with this, and, you know, do you know anything about this system so you can help? And she's like, sorry, email the contractor. If he doesn't get back to you within half an hour or within an hour, give him a call. If he doesn't call back within 30 minutes after that, let me know. And I was like, okay. But she's useless. Anyway, that's, I don't know, I just expect that to happen with this email too. Is like tomorrow the COO is going to get locked out and be like, hey, I'm locked out. Let me in. And I'm just going to be like, talk to my supervisor. And she's not going to talk back. And then it's going to make me look bad when I get into the office. But whatever. It's just frustrating. It's part of what I keep complaining about with this job is I inherited kind of a mess, and the people I work with, or the people I'm supposed to be working with, are not very helpful. Except for the contractor. He's the most helpful, but even then, sometimes he's not. Like I was saying with the HVAC stuff, I tried calling him, emailing him, got nothing. I feel like Uni's getting more, maybe it's just like this, all this, Ashira stuff, but she's definitely like, I don't know, more aggressive, which is pretty fun. Because she's always been like that, but like, feels like she gets to shine more in all these quests. Why are there a million question marks on my map? Like on the mini map, there's like a billion of them over there.
Should we go here first?
Are we tracking one of the, what are these? I guess they kind of have like the same footprints. I want to say they look like hands, kind of like fingers. So it might be one of those, the monkeys, but it could be one of these capybaras.
Is this like a rare thing?
I can't, this quest feels kind of like padded, with the way it's just followed these tracks for a long time.
Whoa, what's with that one?
Because even when those frogs popped out, they're level 20, they're not gonna do anything. Like, you'd have to be severely under leveled for that to actually do anything at this point. Like how that, what do they call them? I was going to call it a mechon, but actually I don't know if they call them mechons in this game. I know they have like the Ferronuses and Levnuses and stuff like that. I guess that's what they would call it, aliveness. Oh, it was Cappy Buzz. Oh, we're hunting a capybara because of that thing. But there was like a million capybaras that we passed.
The only way is through, together. Yeah.
Okay, dude. He just like almost killed me instantly. Dude, this blowdown is not landing. Okay, he's gonna kill me. Oh, I was gonna switch to Tyon. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess it makes more sense to pick up Noah. I guess I should be over here so they can heal me. Why? I don't want to switch to them to make them heal me, because I know as soon as I do. Okay, there we go. Okay, good. I forgot I had a fusion for the bottom button. No, I shouldn't have done that. I guess it's fine. I can still chain attack. I guess I should have waited till he was closer to dying.
This should be our plan of attack. This should be our plan of attack. Alright, coming right out.
Oh, what was I saw something earlier. Hold on. There was a tweet where someone replaced all the lines with rhymes. Oh, it's from the Super Mario Wonder or whatever. Someone made an edit where they like all the flowers had rhyme lines from Xenoblade 1. It was very funny. I'm not gonna go find it, but when Lands said rights, kind of sounded like it said Rhine, and that's what just made me think of that. Uni's dead. I didn't even realize. Whatever. Which means don't pick Tyon.
How's this for a plan?
How about this? That's the way. I'll start us off.
Nice. Ooh.
I'm with you.
And one for good measure.
This should be our plan of attack.
Yippee!
I got 2 yippies. Hmm.
I'm with you.
How about this?
One more for the road. I'm going full set. Try this on. It's a knockout. You watching?
Now that's teamwork.
Nice. Don't actually have to carry it. Good. I mean, they wouldn't make me actually carry it, but I was thinking, why didn't they bring something to carry it all back with? I really want to play this. Oh wait, she unlocked it too. Oh, a lot of people. Everyone has it almost. Okay, everyone except Senna. Cool.
I'll keep us safe from harm.
Healer Senna.
Gotta keep you guys safe.
I'll take the offensive then.
Oh wait. Oh, I'm actually gonna.
I'm
Well,
feeling like I could eat.
once I turn this in, I'll
Anything
go through all
to
the arts and
snack
stuff. Cause now that I'm going to be playing this class, I want it to be set up right. Uni just wants to get out of this place. The way Senna like stabbed her fork into that. She went like up and then down.
We've made some new friends. Let's rest and heal up.
Does the food actually change? No. Oh, unless it actually... I didn't look at the
We have to
picture.
keep track of our progress.
Oh, maybe it did change. I don't remember what the food looked like before. The numbers didn't change though.
Let's keep things on a tight loop.
Oh.
Oh, so that's how
Oh,
they do
it's
it.
all three of them now.
Tenacious
Okay. Oh,
Actually, he's the shy and sensitive type.
I didn't mean to walk into that. Mio.
A challenge from those three. I've got a bad feeling about this. Oh,
Okay.
so that's how they're doing.
I like this outfit a lot. Okay. He can keep this, but
Vortex!
oh, there's a limit to how many field placement arts you can have. Huh. Never knew that. Never ran into that before.
Jaws of death.
What's up, Aiko? How are you?
Soaring tempest.
Kind of want to grab this, but I don't want to die a bunch.
Maximum voltage.
Oh wait, she has Gale Slash. Just drinking some coffee. It's only like 2 a.m. So it's like midday. What time do you normally go to sleep? Because, I mean, I know what you're saying, but like, because of my schedule, it used to be like that too. But, I've been playing Pokemon Sleep, and they give you, like, it's sleep tips. And one of them is like, don't drink caffeine like 4 hours before your bedtime or something. Or within like 4 hours of your bedtime. But, I've never had, I've never had trouble falling asleep after drinking caffeine. But it's just that sometimes I'll wake up sooner than I was expecting. 6 to 7, wake up at 3. That's kind of used to be what my schedule was. Like I would go to sleep between like 5 and 8, 5 and 9, depending on what day it was and what I was doing. And then wake up between like noon and 3 or 4. But now I go to bed around 11 or midnight and wake up at 6. I hate it. I hate being awake during the day. I hate it. That's like the worst part of the job. Like, I don't mind working. It's working during the day. If I could do night shift, I wouldn't complain. I wouldn't have any problems. Give her the same. Well, I don't think I can give her the same setup. Because they have different of these ones. Wait a second. Boost damage by 50% each time the character is incapacitated. Up to 250. But hers is 100%. Oh, it's probably something she has equipped. Accessories. Forgot about that. Haven't touched accessories in so long. Or something else. I don't know. We have a break, so we'll need a topple. You hate being nocturnal, you miss the sun? Live in a city where nighttime's really boring. I do too, but the stuff I like to do, I don't need a city. I can do it. Oh, upgraded at rank. I wonder if that's the problem. Because it's never...
Maximum voltage.
Her thing never got upgraded. I don't know. What was I saying? I don't know. I love being nocturnal. I hate the sun. I miss the moon. Even though I never see it. But that's the thing. That's the nice thing about the moon is I never see it. The thing that sucks about the sun is I have to see it during the daytime. Even with the blinds closed, there's light coming in because it's bright outside. And it's summer, so it's hot. That's the other thing that sucks. I hate the sun.
Maximum voltage. Multi-blast.
Does nobody have a topple? I'm gonna have to switch. Wait. Oh, whatever. Let me keep looking. Because I have the launch now on Mio, and I want to use it. Oh, wait.
Acceleration. Maximum voltage. Lustrous spike.
That has a smash. Well, he has a launch. Wish there was something to do at night in your city, besides the usual small Midwest city BS. I feel like a lot of cities that aren't just like the big major cities don't really have anything to do past like midnight. Everything closes. Trains stop running. Even in the bigger cities. Like I feel like the only option is clubs most places.
Lustrous spike.
She doesn't need that.
Giant swing.
Oh wait, maybe we, oh no. Well, we can give him a different class, something that would have a
I'll take the
topple,
offensive then.
but I don't know what has a topple.
I'll take the offensive then.
Don't act like I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. All I know of is clubs at night, or a bar, I guess. Because I mean that's what we do. And I not go to clubs. I mean I've been to clubs, but if we were staying out late when I was in the Marines, like in Okinawa is what I'm thinking of, or Pensacola, it was just at like a bar or a club, and then we're home by like 1 or 2 a.m. anyway. New York City has so much late night food. But that's what I meant. That's what I was saying at the beginning, is like big cities, that's kind of, if it's not a big city like San Francisco, New York City, LA, something like that, there's nothing to do at night except go to a club or a bar. For a person that doesn't drink, bars are fun. Modesto has McDonald's in that Mexican place. Exactly. Even McDonald's. This McDonald's closes at midnight, I think. Maybe 1, but if I want McDonald's, I have to go early, meaning before midnight. I'm checking to see when this McDonald's closes. They close at 1. Okay. Is that one 24 hours? I feel like there is a 24 hours one here somewhere. But I can never... I don't go there because it's too far away. Okay. Well, then that one's not that far away. Excuse me. I guess I just don't want to go there when it's too late. Oh, switching his class. I just want a topple. Maybe I don't have it. Oh, maybe it has to be a tank. Which means switching uni, but I don't want to switch her because she's so close. Maybe I can just look at the heroes and it'll say. Ethel is dead.
I'll provide the perfect defense.
Wait a second. It doesn't have to be him. What did I have him on?
I'll
Here.
take the offensive then.
We can switch lands.
I'll keep you safe and snug.
I'm pretty sure I've toppled before. Oh, okay, yeah. So lands. What's it? Heavy guard has it. So I'll put uni on that. But I don't want to take her off. Whatever. We have 2 launches already.
Past me.
She can break and topple. Nice. So you can do it all by yourself. Oh, I wonder what happens if you combine them. Like if I put tri-slash up here so that it breaks and topples at the same time. If you fuse them.
Giant swing.
Okay, whatever. Does everyone have everything? Good. Oh, I gotta do this now. Ugh. Would Uni mind if you fried her wings? She probably would. She has to hear with her ears. I'm pretty sure her wings are her ears. Dude, I talked about it last night. I watched Reservoir Dogs a couple nights ago. So it'd be like cutting off her ear and then that happens in that movie. God, that movie's so good. Like like it's not that I forgot that it was good, but when I rewatched it, I was like, man, it's spoilers. That's like one of the most infamous scenes from that movie. But like rewatching it, I was like, man, I forgot how good this movie is. Cause like that whole scene, and then like the stuff that happens afterwards, like it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I mean, it's like Tarantino style too. I was gonna say, because it's like the climax is like, I mean, there's plenty of action in the beginning of the movie and throughout the movie, but it's a lot of just like people talking and like just set up, and then it all explodes in like 2 minutes. But like that part with the like the torture scene, it's funny. Okay, I'm spoiling Reservoir Dogs. If you don't want to hear the spoilers, mute for like 1 minute. But a guy cuts off a guy's ear, pours gasoline on him, is about to kill him, like about to light him on fire. Then he gets shot, and then these dudes come in later, and they're like, "What happened to him?" And the guy who shot the guy tries to like come up with like he's what do you call it? He's actually an undercover cop, and so they don't trust him. And then he's like, yeah, because he's trying to like justify it by like, oh, he was gonna, you know, torture the cop or whatever, something. I don't remember what it was, but something with the cop. He's trying to come up with this excuse. You literally can't watch it now. This is only like this. I guess this undercover cop thing's a spoiler, but that's gets revealed anyway. It's not really that. It's not a secret. Because I'm telling it so badly. That's why you should watch it, because I'm telling it so badly. But then like they just shoot the cop anyway. They're like, is that what he was gonna do? He was gonna kill this cop? I killed him. There you go. I know you've watched it. I think we watched it together. I think the first time I saw it was with you and probably Akira and Ben. It was at Vince's. We watched like a bunch of movies, and I think Reservoir Dogs was one of them. I think. Amber got mad. Was it because of Reservoir Dogs? I remember she got mad at some movie we watched. It might have been that one, because I remember it was something that was just like violent and gory and stuff like that, or something. Also, they say the N-word a lot in that movie. I didn't remember that. Nice movie pick, Gav. I remember that. We don't need any of these. What am I doing? Wait. Does he even buff himself, though? Because he could use this. If he has ether arcs. Physical. These are ether, but does have a buff. Sure. I kind of like this outfit, the little vest. Like, this looks kind of dumb. I do like this one a lot, though. I forgot we had this swimwear. Okay.
Tenacious clad. Actually, he's the shy and sensitive type.
What?
Wait a second. Ah. Oh, he's talking for real. Couldn't get this voice acted. I feel like all these hero quests end up like this. Like their main hero quests, when you get them to recruit them, is all voice acted. But then all the side quests you get from it afterwards aren't. But they cut all the music out too. So it's extra quiet. It's way more noticeable. Quacky, what's up? There is, oh yeah, I mean, I'm like, this is chapter 4. I don't know, like, I don't know how many hours I played, but there's a lot of cutscenes. That's like one of the things that gets pointed out all the time. I point it out, or people point it out. So if they voiced everything, that'd probably like triple the size of the game. Like file size. I was gonna run away because I was like, someone take aggro, but I forgot I'm the tank. Oh, that just lasts like that. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, well, everyone's dying now. Who's my healer? Oh, Senna is one of the healers. Oh, they're level 50! Okay, I'm not gonna be able to do this. I thought I was like getting lucky when I was fighting level 49 enemies, but this is way too much. Go ahead, kill me. It's over. 14 does the same thing. Yeah. No. I'm not retrying that. Not anytime soon. That means we can't walk out that way. We can never walk that way. Well then, I guess I can progress the real main quest again. I feel like I have another... Oh right, this one. Teach's thing is also like way higher level. Like you go through the whole thing and do all their side quests and they're very manageable, and then the final one is like 10 levels above. That was more than 10 levels above when I unlocked it. Excuse me. I wonder why I never did this one though. Wow, does it too? I think it's different for MMOs though, because they're already huge because they have to keep adding and adding and adding. So the file size is just it's always getting bigger anyway. But also budget and
I feel like I could either anything.
time, I'm sure. Like, I feel like even if you had the money, and the people to do it, the kind of like the time, the resources it would take to actually record every single line would be insane. There's another person here. Putting like a star next to their bubble. How come I never did that? How come I never went over there? I'm trying to remember. For a second, I forgot Ashira was in the party, and I was like, who is this person running in front of me?
Oh, that's a
Oh, I've never done this one. Yeah.
Here we go, guys.
I'll follow your lead.
The Jaguar Slash is pretty sweet, because if they get knocked away, I can like fly over to them. Please. Okay. I'm not even aggroing him. I messed that up. Wait, I get that Blossom Dance back pretty quick. Doesn't work. Or maybe it does. Okay. I put the fusion with the target lock. Oh, well, it's over. A lot of time, if it's not part of the main story, usually added towards the end of development, it's fluff for the game, so it's not too important to bring VAs in. I don't know. I'd be interested to know, like, learn about the development of like MMOs. But I'm sure it's something like that. Whoa, okay, I don't want to do this actually. I didn't think he was gonna aggro me, but I don't know why I didn't think that, or why I thought that. Please go away. But in 14, a lot of the side quests, at least in the more recent expansions, they haven't been as fluff as they used to be. But there are like plenty of side quests that are still fluff, where it's just like,
What are you
I don't know.
hiding, little guy?
go collect this thing, and then they're just like, thanks. But a lot of the time, when they have those, they are kind of like prerequisites for quests that do have more meat in them, like side quests that do have more meat. So like, the first quest might be very fluff, but then later on when you
Something so
Better give
valuable.
it a good one.
do the next part in the chain or something, it's like real stuff is happening. It might not be important to the main story, but there's still like, I don't know, stuff to them. I don't know, I'm trying to think of like an example, but I
Here
don't
we
know.
go, guys.
We're in this together, Noah.
They're sparking me yet.
Does this work? Good. Okay. Because I have the glow ring and Eye of the Storm on the same button for the fusion. And I wasn't sure if the target lock would happen with the, like that counter thing. Looks like it does. So I messed that up.
That was pretty much what I expected.
I'd say we were moving in sync. Right, Tile?
Oh, I was going for that supply drop. I forgot about that. Let me think of a side quest. I don't know. It's been so long since I've done like story stuff in 14. I can't think of anything. Like the last, I don't know, year or so that I've played it, or been subbed. I've mostly just done like,
Digging a hole.
mostly just done PvP and Island Sanctuary.
We've been spotted.
I was gonna talk about like the Island Sanctuary side quest, but that's like, it's kind of different, because that's not really like, it's a big piece of content, with its own side quests with Tataru and stuff like that. So that's, it's not voiced, but it is like, it's like, I don't know, 14 has like, is weird with its side quests, because there's like, oh right, we have to kill everything. There's main quests,
Or we will trample you.
there's like the main quest, then there's like side main quests that are like they're not the main quest, but they're okay, dude. He's getting knocked back, but he's actually blocking it. No. He ruined it because I had to chase him down. Whatever. They're like main side quests, like main quests, then side quests that are like kind of main, and then there's like side quests. And they mark them differently too, even where like if they have like a little plus next to their quest icon, they unlock something, so they're kind of important to do, or they're like the story and then there's like actually matters, and then they have just like side quests of like, oh yeah, you know, I'm a farmer, can you help me kill these monsters so they stop jacking up my crops, and then it doesn't really go anywhere beside that. But a lot of times, like I was saying, you'll like do a different side quest later, and if you had done that one before, or you can't do it unless you've done that one before, that character might show up and it'll like maybe not be super important or anything, but it'll be kind of meaningful. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
I'll take care of it, Mio.
But the side quests
I see the heavens like
are worth doing in 14, and worth like reading, paying attention to. At least from like, I would say Shadowbringers for sure. I can't remember Stormblood. I feel like I've done a few side quests, like chains in Stormblood that were kind of worth doing, but I feel like Stormblood, so much of Stormblood I just didn't care about, so I can't remember.
Hey, look at that.
Like I remember like a lot of the main story beats of Stormblood, but I was so just like, I don't know. Stormblood is it's the worst 14 expansion, but it's not bad. It's just the least interesting, the least cool. Now I know why I didn't go this way. All these things are level 46 and 45. End up. But I don't know.
Sneak a peek.
If Stormblood didn't exist, Shadowbringers wouldn't exist. So, because like a lot of the stuff that a lot of what makes Shadowbringers so good gets set up in Stormblood. At least at the end, in the post-expansion patches and stuff. Okay. So do we actually have to fight all of them? I guess so. Alright, these guys are kind of easy. Did I just kill everything? Almost. I can't use my Eye of the Storm. I hate it because, like, well, I can't use it without glow ring, right? Glow ring. So then I can do this, and then they kill themselves on me. Oh. I feel like I got a decent comp right now. Other thing about it, I guess like they add these quests that are really high level for when you pick them up, so that you don't just like do the quests for the colony and then never go back.
This was a nice fight.
Like that was a colony Lambda quest, but like I haven't been to Lambda. Well, I mean, I guess colony 11 took me to Lambda for a second, but these other quests, like this one, I'm never gonna go back to this colony. I don't even know which colony this is, but except to do this quest, unless another quest takes me there. But like, that's my point, is they give you these quests that it's like, okay, I can't do this right now, so that you have a reason to come back and check on this place again. Wait, this is chapter 5? I thought this was chapter 4. Whatever. Oops. Was that quest just done? I don't have to go back? Okay. Can I go this way? No. Maybe I come out this way.
Great, guys. Keep this up.
That guy was just super mad at us, and
Like I could eat. Is there anything?
Mio was like, good job.
Let's rest and heal up.
Duration 26 minutes this
This is
time.
really good.
Thanks for the meal.
We have to keep track of our progress.
Okay, ladies and gents, we're leaving.
Alright, I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
Right, what have we got around here? Huh? Hey, did you guys hear something?
Every day's a training day.
Right, what have we got around here?
Gotta Let me just fix this.
But do you feel like you've heard this song before? It's kind of like the, what do you call it? Colony song? I don't know. I feel like it plays in a bunch of places. Unless you mean like from outside of the game. Oh wait, I can't walk out the gate anymore because they'll kill me. I wonder if you could actually... No, that wouldn't be possible because you have to come in through this way. I was gonna say if you could get like soft locked, where you have to beat them to leave. If you could just go here and then walk. Maybe because he uses a familiar chord progression. Maybe. Or you've been around for too many Xenoblade games and heard too much Xenoblade music. Common in Japanese music. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever noticed or paid attention. But I was actually thinking about that, not like that specifically, but I was listening to Nirvana, not intentionally. Not that there's bad or something, but I was listening to Rape Me from Nirvana yesterday or the day before. And I was just like, when it started, I was like, man, this sounds a lot like one of their other songs. And then I kind of like I went to listen to that song and I was like, yeah, it sounds a lot like it starts out the same or very similar. And then I listened to a couple more songs and I was like, man, I didn't like, I don't know if it's, what was that noise?
Something so valuable here.
Also, how did everyone... Oh. No one's following us. Is that thing shooting? Is that what that is? What was I saying? I listened to a couple other songs, and I was like, man, they have like the same, I don't, not progression, but like the same chords in a lot of their songs, and they all sound alike. I mean, they have different lyrics and like actual progressions, but they sound a lot alike. And I'm sure part of it is because, I don't know, that's their style and their sound, but I don't know. Basically, I'm saying Nirvana is overrated. Which I feel like a lot of people would agree. Like, they're not bad, but I always think, especially when it's like a musician or a band or something where one of the musicians has died, like they always get all kinds of extra attention just because that person died, and it becomes a thing of like a, I don't know, like the potential being gone now elevates what they have in a way that I always think is weird. Like I was saying, Nirvana is good, but if Kurt Cobain hadn't died, I don't think they would be lauded nearly as much. A lot of Japanese music, not too sure about this piece, uses 4-5-3-6 chord progression. I don't know. I haven't been in music in so long that I know you have those capitals and stuff, and I'm like,
This isn't worth our time.
I don't know.
All right, get it over with.
Keep fighting on again.
It's funny because I was talking with my mom and brother about that the other day when we were going to that wedding, as we were driving. I don't remember what I was listening to, but it had a saxophone in it, and my mom asked my brother, like, do you think you could play saxophone? Do you think you can still play saxophone? And he was like, I think I could play it better now than I did in high school. Because he was like, I barely knew what I was doing in high school. And I thought it was kind of funny because I was like, it felt like you barely knew what you were doing in high school. But then she asked me if I could play trumpet still. Like if I was handed a trumpet, would I be able to play it? And I was like, I mean, I would be able to get noises out of it, but I don't know if I would be able to. I don't think I could read music anymore. And I don't know if I would remember like how to play a scale or anything like that. Randy Rhoads probably had the highest ceiling out of any guitarist. Just a shame we'll never get to see what he could actually play at that ceiling. Who's that? Randy Rhoads.
Right, what have we got around here?
I mean, I guess you would tell me. I have to look it up. Quiet Riot. Oh, he was also guitarist and co-songwriter for Ozzy Osbourne's first 2 solo albums. I don't know. I'm like looking at Quiet Riot's singles, and I don't know if I've ever heard a single one of these songs. Maybe I haven't, I just didn't know.
The cylinder goes here.
I like how she said that.
Looks like there's an ether sphere nearby. That should about do us for now.
What is that? Went out like all great rock stars that die young. Drugs.
Well, hey, look at that.
Plane crash. Dang, dude, why is that so common?
Looks like a rainy one.
I was joking about drugs, but then you say plane crash, and it's like, wait, yeah, dude, why are there so many plane crashes?
Rain. How inconvenient.
I wonder what's around here.
I'm trying to think, wasn't there like a... Oh, who was it? Was it Aaliyah who died in a plane crash? But like, they found out it was because they put too much weight on the plane or something. I think there was like a bunch of things. But one of the factors was the weight. And it was because she was like, we're not leaving any of this. So she overloaded the plane herself, basically. If you get big in music, you're taking a boat everywhere. I wonder if any musician has ever died on a boat.
Don't just assume they're pushovers. Let's light these mothers up. Damn it. Keep that up. I don't fear death, so breathe. You can disappoint. Take work away. Got a face please. Demon Slayer.
It's kind of nice that there's this arena that he can't leave. so I could keep knocking him without pushing him too far away. Nice.
I don't know how you do it, Tyon.
I wish they would say the whole Blossom Dance thing. That'd be fun. Nice. I don't know if we have a smash though. Well, they launched without me.
We're unstoppable with you around, Senna.
I'm the girl with the gall.
We can't just leave this be.
Let's just sneak a peek.
This is valuable. I'll hang on to it.
Let's put it away for safekeeping.
Trying to think of more overrated musicians who died,
Getting late. We should find somewhere to rest.
but I don't want to. Like, there's a few that have come to my mind
Let's
that
go before it gets away.
aren't overrated, like Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin. But I was like, those are probably just because, like, those are in my head because they're from the same era. But I can't, I don't know. Is it the 23 Club is what it's called? Hold on. 27 Club. But it's like musicians who died at the age of 27.
Every day's a training day.
Jim Morrison. Yeah, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin. Same year. Oh, Kurt Cobain was also 27. Buddy Holly, Leonard Skinner's original lineup, Randy Rhoads, all that on Airplanes. I know Buddy Holly because wasn't he like the first one? But Buddy Holly was like I know, like, I learned about him in my 20th century music class.
Let's put it away for safekeeping.
I mean, I already knew about him, but in my 20th century music class, he was kind of a big deal for, like, like he was what's the word? Influential. Like a big part of
Is this? Could be
like
useful.
rock and roll and all that stuff. And so him dying was like a big deal because he was kind of like a pioneer. And he had only had like a couple songs out or something like that. Like he hadn't done a lot, but he was a big deal, like a big reason for why
We've never been here before.
I don't know, rock and roll became a thing.
Strike us or anything, right?
Let's see. He released 3 albums in his lifetime. Sorry. I'm reading Wikipedia articles instead of playing my video games.
It's just up ahead.
Rishi Valens. Wait, oh wait, I think he was on the same plane. I know I remember
Soldiers value speed above
that
all.
plane crash was like a big deal. Not just because it was Buddy Holly, but it was like, I know Buddy Holly, Richie Valens, and there might have been another person on there, but I know there's more than one person who died on it, which made it extra devastating, extra big deal.
May you sleep peacefully.
Oh, I was like, how am I supposed to get up there? There's like a spiral around it.
It was a great ride.
She killed herself. Wait, I don't know.
Let's harvest some ether.
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know what happens if you go past 99. It just keeps repeating 99. Oh, and it sells it. Nice.
How about here?
My eyelid keeps itching. It's annoying. Feels like an eyelash is about to come loose or something. Which is annoying. Waylon Jennings was Buddy Holly's bassist. Gave up his seat on that plane. Oh god. That's scary. That's like the contractor I work with. He was a helicopter gunner. I think it was like a helicopter mechanic, but also a gunner. And he was telling me a story about how he was supposed to, I think it was in Haiti or something. They were supposed to do like some kind of
Let's just
like,
take a peek.
what do you call it? I don't know. Like they were supposed to fly into Haiti, or like they were in Haiti and they're supposed to fly somewhere and like provide cover for this other group who was doing something, and their orders were to just basically shoot anything that moves. And like an hour before they were supposed to fly, they got told, hey, you're not going. And so they didn't go. And then he was saying like 5 years later, he was just in like, I don't know, what's the country? I can't remember what country. Bosnia. He was in Bosnia, and he was just like getting food, and he heard someone telling a story about how they were in Haiti doing this mission, and like he was listening, and he was like, man, all these, like, this sounds like when I was there. It sounds like what I was about to do. And then he like went up to that guy, and he's like, when was that? And the guy like told him like the exact date, and he's like, no way. Like, my mission before it got canceled was to go there and shoot anything that moves, and it was at nighttime, so you wouldn't be able to tell like friend or foe. But they, if he would have actually gone there and they would have sent those, like, the guy he was eavesdropping on, if he would have done his mission at the same time as them, they would have shot him. They would have killed, like, the contractor I worked with, their helicopters would have fired on the dudes coming in, because there was no communication like between their like units. And like the reason they got canceled wasn't because those guys were going in to do that. It was like something else. Like it might have been like weather or something. And he was like, man, what a crazy like coincidence. He was like, that, like when I talked to that guy, that's what like kind of made me believe in God, because if whatever random thing that canceled our mission never happened, we would have been out there sitting there, these guys would have got dropped in and like started moving, and we would have just sprayed and killed them all.
Like this?
But and he would have to live with that on his conscience, that they just like killed, you know, a billion soldiers who were, you know, doing a different mission. Like big old hardcore friendly fire. Giles Perry Richardson Jr. Oh, gave up his seat because JP was ill. Well,
This is something decent, right?
should have went to a hospital instead. Or stayed in the hotel.
Like this?
I don't know, like those small planes like that, because they were on those smaller planes. Like, I don't know. I've been on one of those once, and that was flying to, I think, Iraq. Or maybe, I know it was going to the Middle East. And it was scary. And, like, I was like, man. Like, you can feel everything.
Wait for a moment.
What? Why did he? That's where we were going. And he said to
Using
wait.
that device should allow us to proceed.
Have I been there? I can't tell if that's just like, I must have been there. But I want to ride it to see.
And off we go!
Waylon then became one of the biggest country music stars ever. I never heard of him. I don't listen to country music though, so. Oh yeah, I don't know. Those small planes, like, I don't know. They're terrifying. Dude, I don't know what this, the sense is, I complain about it every now and then, but like the touch part of this mic that mutes it is like, it gets smaller, but I feel like it's changing and not like getting smaller, but like moving. And it could be like, well, it shouldn't be that it's like rotating in the thing, because it doesn't rotate like that. But like on the far side, the side away from me, there's like, it reaches closer to the edge, but on this side it doesn't. But right now when I was touching it, I couldn't find it. I guess I just have to aim for the center more every time, but I don't know. It's easier if I just like put my finger on it and just like
We'll take this down.
slide until I hit it.
Guess it's time to plan the day.
If you listen to country, it's usually old country. Writing a modern country song would be easy though. You just gotta talk about beer and your tractor and your girlfriend or your wife leaving you and your dog. have an eyelash in this eye already, and I'm like afraid that my eyelid keeps itching because another one's gonna fall out and go into my eyelid or into my eye again. So I have 2 eyelashes in. Sitting on a pier, drinking a beer, fishing the troubles of life away. Yep. Number 1 hit right there. That's the thing, like, I don't listen to much country, but when I hear, like, when I was in Florida, a lot of the people around me listen to country a lot, and I would, like, listen to them, and I'm like, okay, these are, like, the pop country songs, and I'm just like, why this one? Like, why did this song get popular? It's, like, it has to be, you know,
How about here?
like the rhythm, or, I don't know, something about the music and not the lyrics, because it's the same lyrics as like 100 other songs, but this is the one that is like on every radio station or everyone's playing. Because even the music of it is like, I don't know, nothing special. I'll never understand. Florida, the deep south, but not really. I compared Okinawa to Florida the other day because at work, the maintenance guy, like, he knew, like, I told him I was in the Marines and I was in Okinawa, and he came to me because he was like, hey, I saw this article the other day about Okinawa having like one of the oldest, like the longest longevities or whatever, like longest lifespans in the world. And I was like, oh yeah, that's the thing, like I forgot about that. And he's like, yeah, apparently something to do with the sweet potatoes they eat out there. And I was like, oh, I didn't know that was why, because like when I was out there I didn't eat that many sweet potatoes or whatever. But he's like, yeah, apparently something in that, or in the way they cook it or whatever, how often they eat it, like, is part of why they live so long. But then I was like, yeah, Okinawa's kind of like, it's full of old people. It's kind of like the Florida of Japan, because like in more ways than one, because like Okinawa is also considered kind of like the hillbilly side of Japan, or hillbilly kind of
This is something decent.
part of Japan.
This isn't worth our time. Well, this might be
The
in trouble.
people who are
Keep climbing on the damn
from Okinawa are seen as like country bumpkins, kind of like someone from Florida might be. But it's not nearly as bad as Florida. They don't have like Okinawa man. You don't like sweet potatoes? Make you gag for some reason. But you kind of eat yams. Honestly, don't know what the difference is. I mean, maybe yams are like a type of sweet potato or something. Because I always assumed they were just like different names for the same thing. But I think I learned somewhere that they are different. But I don't remember why. But I love sweet potatoes. Like if I go somewhere and they have like sweet potato fries as an option, I take that over normal fries. Always. Why am I still... What did I kill there? Why did that give me like a whole thing?
Come after me, and that's what you get.
If only you didn't charge off on your own.
The cylinder goes here. That should about do us for now.
Also don't like broccoli. I don't really like... I don't like broccoli that much either. I'll eat it. I don't like most vegetables, honestly, but I prefer vegetables to meats most of the time. I'm not like a vegetarian, but I just... Like, you're talking about, you know, stuff triggering your gag reflex. Meat, like, fat in meat triggers my gag reflex. So like if I can avoid the meat, because it's like unavoidable in a lot of meat. Even like the leanest piece of meat will have like a bit of fat, like that chewy fat. Like I don't know. That stuff that'll trigger my gag reflex and just make me lose my appetite immediately.
Like this.
But vegetables, like I don't know. There's plenty of vegetables that I just don't like, but I'll eat them because like
Okay,
I don't dislike them. I just don't like them.
of course.
And broccoli's kind of one of them. Like if I eat broccoli, I usually put something on it or try to like mix it with something, like eat it with something else. So it's just like, it's just bland. I don't know. I don't like gag or anything, but I don't know. It doesn't taste good. Okay. Just making sure there wasn't anywhere else I could go. It also depends on the way it's prepared. Not broccoli specifically, but vegetables. Because, like, I don't like vegetables that have been...
Look at that.
I don't like hot vegetables or warm vegetables. I don't know how to explain it. Like some steamed vegetables, like if they're steamed or I don't know, like boiled or something.
Never seen this place before.
Most of them I don't like that way. Like I'd rather eat them raw or I don't know, sautéed or something. These capybars they look fluffier. They're making a little noise. They're actually really cute. Now I don't want to kill any of them.
Is this like a rare thing?
Pigard. Pigard? Cool. What? No. I don't want to kill him. Okay, dude. Tomatoes, they're fruit. I like tomatoes a lot, but that's like one of the ones that I was thinking of where I don't like tomatoes anyway but raw, honestly. Like just like a tomato that I can pop in my mouth, like a cherry tomato or even just like a big tomato. Like if it's cut up into slices or something, that's fine, but I don't like it like steamed or cooked like in any way. Like once it's warm, I don't like it. I don't want it.
And off we go.
Same, like it's like yeah, like spinach, Brussels sprouts when they're like kind of like,
There's plenty of black fog. How come
I
the
don't know.
annihilation thing ain't
as long as they're not like steamed or something.
I couldn't begin to guess, but I'd say the castle has something to do with it.
Okay, I was trying to listen to them. Tomato sauce on a pasta, that's fine. I just don't like chunks of tomato really that are like
Something
warmed.
so valuable here. Now this is the right spot for a rest.
Spinach is only good when it's raw. That yeah, like I remember at the chow hall in Okinawa, they always served like this like steamed spinach or cooked in some way spinach that just like it's so bitter, and I'm like, dude, why waste it like that? Why ruin it like that? I mean, maybe like cooking it like that does something to it that I don't know, changes the, I don't know. Like cooking is a process that changes food, but like I don't know if it makes it healthier in some way or something, but I don't know. Every time I'm just like, I don't want that. Like sometimes I would get it because I'm like, maybe I'll like it this time, and I'm like, nope, it's still real like bitter. I don't know. But same thing with like Brussels sprouts. Like I'd rather eat kind of like not like fried, but like cooked in a pan or something than like steamed or whatever. Heated up in some other way. Used to be really anemic in middle school. Started eating a salad every day, which had raw spinach in it. Became less anemic because of that. Yeah, isn't there like a lot of iron in spinach?
We've made some new friends.
I'm not trying to talk to that guy. I'm literally standing next to this one.
I suppose I should try and be thrifty.
I feel like I have all these. Like it says that I own 0 of them, but I have stuff that does the same thing and is better, probably. I haven't looked at my accessories in probably at least 20 hours of in-game time.
I'm getting peckish. Do we have any snacks?
What do we got? Oh,
I definitely feel stronger.
it's funny seeing Tyon hold that. Oh, I want to see like what Manana's version of that one. 20% plus 10% collectible boost. So we do get the 20%, which is what I was hoping for. But we also get that 10% collectible boost, which is kind of nice. Oh, geez. Start forcing your mom to eat raw spinach because you pass out at work from anemia. That's intense.
All finished.
One of my cousins, well, I don't know if she's still anemic, but she used to be anemic when we were younger.
There we go. Nice and clean.
But she never really had anything, like any complications or anything happen because of it. At least not that I remember.
We have to keep track of our progress.
Okay. Next on the list is...
There it is. Black fog, too. Few enough numbers to sneak around.
Is Colony 4 gonna be safe, do you think? They should be okay. We haven't seen the light for a while. I think that's a good sign.
Let's move. The fact that we killed consuls must be old news at this point. Could have made examples of a few people by now.
They ain't expecting us to sneak aboard, though. We've got them with their pants down. Let's get in there, mess them up, get out.
Oh,
It's
I forgot she's wearing the same
Actually-
coat as Lance.
They may have already anticipated our moves.
Nah, mate. Come off it.
Think about it. How would they have known where we'd be? Can't be a coincidence. I mean, sure, it could have been intuition on Ethel's part, but we have to be realistic.
So it's a trap. You want to turn back?
No. We'll go. We can't turn back now. We can't allow their deaths to have been in vain.
So you would entertain the risk?
It does sound bad.
You know, I think I kind of like it.
I think her name is like, I don't know how you pronounce it, but it's like, it's Shania. Shania, I don't know. Shania. Fluff enough, what's up? I've seen gifs of her, and she seems cute, but I know she's like,
How about here?
I don't know if she's like an antagonist, but I know she's going to antagonize us.
Like this?
Will it move now?
Okay. I think I missed a spot where I could have played the flute.
Let's just
Sneak
but
a peek.
oh well.
Hey, isn't this valuable?
Let's put it away for safekeeping. We'll take this down.
How am I supposed to fight this guy? I guess he goes over there. Maybe. But he's floating so far out here. Can make a joke, don't want to get banned 7 seconds in. I mean, as long as it's not spoilers. Or very offensive. I don't know. Go for it. I promise I won't ban you. Unless you say the N-word or something.
Looks like you were right, Noah. There's a whole bunch of containers here.
A welcome gift for easy sneakings.
Let's go over this again. First, we get to those containers without being spotted. With me so far?
I hope it's not an actual like
Anyone
stealth
spots us, we're like ninjas.
sequence.
We take them out quickly and silently.
Silently when everyone yells their moves out.
Once we're inside, we pick the right opportunity to proceed.
This always
through the
reminds me of
hangar.
Metroid Prime. Like with the
Our goal
noise.
is here.
The maintenance
The noise in the map.
that leads outside.
From there, we head to outer deck.
Right. Enemy presence should be lower around there. Then we move to the main housing.
Assuming we get there, how do we trash it?
I can brief you on the next steps. After analyzing the data we got from Boliaris, I discovered a flaw in the Annihilator's construction.
A weak point?
Indeed. Here. The weapon is designed
I never noticed they have to hold those little
temporarily render
balls,
the Black Fog inactive,
the
condense
Napans,
and collect it,
to see.
then release it in one blast.
Like they don't
Our
have the
best
eyeball
bet
thing.
is to destroy the neutralizer assembly from which it draws its power. But it's located in the castle interior. Getting there will be no joke. Once there, we'll need to damage the autobalancer in the barrel's housing. Most likely, it was built in a hurry. The movable barrel is affixed to this outer ring that you see here. But the ring isn't strong enough to take the barrel's weight or absorb the recoil.
I saw your joke.
That's why the autobalancer was
It's
added
pretty
after
good.
construction, as an afterthought.
So what? We've just got to smash
Hold
that
on.
thing to pieces.
Smash it, and the entire ring begins to fall apart, and the barrel collapses under its own weight.
How strong is the autobalancer? Not too sturdy.
Nothing Ouroboros can't handle.
So, what's this thing?
That is a refrigeration unit. The barrel needs vast amounts of energy. It would have to be kept cool at all times to keep the energy in check.
I'm surprised it's so huge.
Seems that was built quickly too. It's got both bulk and heft to it. They probably couldn't have made it any smaller.
A rush job, huh?
Okay then. We all good to go?
Yeah. No more taking it easy. Let's make this happen.
Cool. If Shania's gonna antagonize you, is she gonna cut you up? Would you say she'll leave you in twain?
Hey now, I
That's
didn't
literally.
slow down that thing.
I didn't know that was the joke you were gonna make, but when I said Shania, because I was like, I don't know, Shania, and then it says Shania, because I was like, actually, it's spelled like Shania Twain. I didn't say Shania Twain, but in my brain I had Twain there. So that's like perfect. Because I haven't heard her say her name, so it might be Shania, but it might be also like, I don't know, any other way.
Gotta be all sneaky like around here.
Or we could just punch clean through, quick as. Huh? What's that? Oh, looks like we can go on from here.
I will not ban you for that one though. because it's pretty good. It was actually it was good. I'm just glad it wasn't, like I said, something actually offensive.
You are? It's night time already. Be at rest.
How did this person die? Did they fall off? Schnee. I don't know. Like I was saying, it could be like Shania, Shania. If I had to guess, I would say Shania. But we have a Nia, so it's like Sha Nia. I don't want to fight these guys because I don't care about that ether thing because I guess I could do it now. I don't remember how to. I think she has to be my hero. Right.
Feeling strong. Feeling strong. Give ether to
Wait.
strong.
Oh, quest completion. What? What quest?
Feeling strong. Feeling strong. Give ether to feeling strong. Feeling strong. Give ether to
See, they gave her different lines for the upgrades. But when you do the interlink upgrades, they have the same exact line every time.
Whoa, new power.
Wait. I don't have everything. Or I unlocked everything. You know, is a very needy girl, isn't she? She's cute. She deserves it. If you're cute, you get everything. But I don't actually want her in the party. I like Ashira.
I go wherever you go.
That's why I don't want to do this, because, like, I mean, I guess I should. Why not?
I've got it all covered. Just you watch.
Helping on you, Lance.
But I was gonna say, I don't want to do this because I don't need the ether because I don't spend it on her. Oh, great. Now I have to walk all the way around. Oh, this guy's getting away from us. Okay, he's dead. No. Okay. I thought I was going to fall off. Lone Exile is actually kind of nifty. Somebody help Tyon. I don't want to chain attack yet. I guess I could do it now. Well, let me do this first. Okay, that's not good. I mean, it might be fine. Did that kill him? Oh, it killed him because he fell too far or whatever. Lame. I wanted to change that. Okay, hold on. Lone Exile. Is that a Eno thing? Or was that the interlink thing? Oh, Mio's class. Sorry. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. I mean, I like Ashira, and I wanted to play as Ashira's class.
I go wherever you go.
And she has what do you call it? Blossom Dance. And I talked about this earlier, but when I met Ashira, she said something about a world of strife or something, and being born to fight or something like that. K-Fed, I don't know if he's still here, but he was talking about how she's supposed to be like Dumban, and I was like, everything makes sense now. But I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
Not to worry, just stick
Oh.
to the plan.
I didn't know they were gonna aggro me. I just wanted to grab all these ether things. There's so many of them. I don't even need these. Why did I do this?
I'll draw the reinforcements.
I'm already capped out on ether.
And off we go. You think you're all that, do ya? You gotta face me.
Good going, Uni. Maximum voltage.
Stance arts don't stack, even if they're paired together. Do I have? Oh, so like maximum voltage and Jaws of Death.
And Mimi? Sure I did, Sana. You look great. Let's harvest some ether.
No. Okay, maybe not. I was gonna say he turned right when I was walking by, so I was gonna aggro
You
him.
hiding, little guy.
Man, I wish I wasn't capped. I don't know how to, like, I don't know what else I can spend all my ether cylinders on. They had one of those statues of well, I guess maybe it's not Mayneth, but
So, where's the maintenance hatch?
hold on.
It's in the reserve area on the upper level. First, we'll need to take the elevator that can get us up to that floor.
I don't see any guards.
Too foggy for taste of banana.
If we're gonna move, now's the time.
That said, we are indoors. Move fast, but keep your eyes peeled.
Yeah, of course.
Wow, look at this.
There's been a change in colony relations.
Woo! Nora and Tyon's plan went off without a
Why is he
hitch.
yelling?
Lance, shh, keep it down.
Yeah. There's like big robots. There's a guy right here. No, how?
I'll draw the reinforcements.
Oh great, there's people. This reminds me of oh, what do they call it? Oh, in one, the Mechon, not Mechon. What is what do they call the people? Okay, Mechonis Core maybe? Mechonis Field. Yeah, kind of reminds me of that. But what are the people? Machina, that's what it is. Well, they have these statues around that like remind me of was it in one? Not a stealth mission, still a giant room full of enemies. Well, that's kind of nice that it's not a stealth mission. I mean, it can be. I feel like fighting is inevitable. Well, I guess I can just keep running. Oh. I can't use this elevator though. But I know I saw a big statue of like a robot lady. And I think it's one that has like those statues around. It is one.
What kind of place is this?
3 doesn't really have the aggro mechanics for anything super intricate for stealth. Yeah. I kind of wanted to look around more down there, but I don't want to aggro a million things and fight a million things. Because they're all beneath me. I'll kill this guy. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just keep running.
This is...
Guess I'll show you what I'm all about.
Ah. I aggroed another thing? What? Excuse me. This guy's still chasing me. The guard out front gave up sooner. I said I would kill this guy. If he comes all the way over here, I will kill him. I thought he was turning around to leave. That's how elevation works. Some of them weren't beneath me until I walked a little bit more, but... Oh, I guess the elevator wasn't down there. You're a very particular kind of person. That's alright.
Oh, a container.
Thanks, Lance.
Seriously? It's right there, but there's no way to it. Good place to take a breather.
Who put this here?
I'm getting peckish. Do we have any snacks?
I definitely feel stronger.
I feel like I just leveled up. Most people call it obnoxious or awful at parties. That's fine.
Clean your body, clean your
Parties
mind,
suck.
I guess. We have to keep track of our progress.
Let's move out.
I feel like I missed a lot by just running. But also maybe not. Well, I guess I missed those containers and stuff, but that's fine.
Let's do breakfast, yeah? Gotta keep our strength up.
Yeah, let's do breakfast. Right now. In the middle of all this. Okay, looks like I didn't really miss that much. Maybe. I want to see that statue, though. I saw it in the cutscene, but I haven't seen one.
Hey, look at that. A surprise attack. Cute. Come on in.
Oh, enemies! I'll hold them off!
Oh, I dodged that guy. Cool. Try to clear out what you could on the maps as he got to them. Ended up over level for most of the game. Avoided using your bonus experience because you don't want to make it worse. That's what I was doing at first. I mean, I haven't been like just trying to skip through everything now, but I have been keeping myself over leveled because some of these quests, like side quests at least, want that. Like, I couldn't do this one because I was level 44 and I was fighting the level 49 enemies and winning, but once they became level 53, I was like, wait, I can't do this anymore. So I've been keeping myself over leveled. I mean, I'm over leveled for the main story stuff, but I want to be appropriately leveled for the side stuff, and if I don't over level myself, I'll never get there. But I guess the other way to do it would be just hold on to the experience until I get through the main story stuff and then just dump it all when I want to do the side stuff. But like I said, some of those enemies were level 49 and I was still under leveled.
A surprise attack. Cute. Come on in.
So there's only, I don't know, I blame the developers for giving me side quests that are like that while the main quest is like 10 levels, 15 levels below that. So spent most of the game boss fight specifically inside chain attacks. That's what I've been doing. Try to fight it fair and square, almost die, use a chain attack only to heal back up. Spend the next 5 minutes in the chain attack killing the boss. That's what one of those level 49 bosses was for Colony 11. His name was Clad, I think. This one. So when I fought the guy in this one, he had only lost like a quarter of his HP, so he still had like 75% left. And I did a chain attack just thinking I was gonna do like a decent chunk of damage, and then I ended up killing him. Like, it went all the way, and I was like, oh, well, okay, it's over, I guess. And that was when I was like level 44, so those chain attacks get busted. But it's fun. It's cool. I don't know. Like, yeah, like kind of like what you were saying. I just wanted to, like, someone was about to die, so I was like, let me do this. You know, I'll be able to heal them up. I think Uni was actually dead even. Like, I think I was too slow going into it. But it was kind of like just like a let me get a little breather here and take a chunk off of him. And then before I realized it, he was almost dead and then died. Oh. I thought I was going to be able to pull that elevator, but I got to get to the other side.
Guys, get ready to fight.
Can they follow me like that? Yes. Oh. Let me get a little reset. Sorry, did you think I meant for me? No, I meant reset your life. Goodbye. Yep, exactly. That's how it goes. It's like, let's slow things down for a second. Not because I need a break, but because you need a break from life for good, permanently. And then you can revive them anyway with those little statues.
Now we can follow the route above.
Like, it's not for that
Just
quest
over to
though.
the elevator.
Does it? Okay, it does. I just hadn't done that, so I was like, does it actually just bring it back up? Why would I want to do that?
Here's a tough customer.
Why did he yell that?
What are you hiding?
We're trying to sneak past them.
Is this valuable?
Let's put it away for safekeeping.
I kind of want to fight them though, because they have the big old orange wing things. Imagine you're about to beat a boss and they started a chain attack on you. Doesn't that happen in like 1 or 2? Maybe not a chain attack, but like, I feel like that happens. Maybe I'm thinking of a different game where like you just have like a cool tool and then, oh, I'm thinking of Okami. Because you have your paintbrush and then you fight the fox,
They're on us.
the nine-tailed fox, and then it starts painting against you basically, and like scribbling out your paint. I was trying to think. I knew I played something recently that had something like that.
Surprise attack. Cute. Come on in.
Okay. Oh. Oh. Excuse me. I have to get that container because Lance pointed it out and we couldn't get it. I have to wait for these guys. Maybe not. Maybe I can walk with this one and turn the corner before he... Oh, there's a guard. Oh, nice.
Not to worry.
Okay. And then I got caught by the other one. Alright, fine.
Eyes over here.
Ever the paragon, Mia.
Are you prepared?
Maximum
Let's hit it. Deadly Twister.
Oh, that smaller one's coming.
Twister. Deadly Slap.
Can I give Lance what he wants? Yes.
Deadly
Because I want it to.
Twister. Deadly Twister.
Okay, let me move.
That was pretty much what I'm getting the hang of this.
Okay. I want that item, but I'm probably not going to use it, whatever it is, anyway.
Well, hey, look at that.
What are you hiding, little guy?
I also wanted to hear Mio say that. It's very cute. It's my favorite. It's like one of my favorite lines in the game. Need a drink. Hydrate. Water. Or I guess anything but coffee. I don't know. I've been drinking water all night. I had soda earlier. I've been drinking more soda lately. I usually don't drink that much soda, but ever since I started this job, I've had a soda at least one a day. Usually only one a day.
I hate
But then there have been a few days where I've had another one. But just because the fridge is stocked full of them and they're free, so I get lunch and then I'm like, let me grab a soda with my lunch. And then today, I had a soda with lunch, and then when I got dinner, I also got another soda.
Side of this area.
But I don't know. It's not like I've been gaining weight or anything. I've gained weight and then just been stuck at this weight. So that's what I was talking about. These statues. They could be like something completely different. But they remind me of the Mainnet statues or whatever they were in 1. Like out in what was it called? Sataro Marsh or something like that. That's how it starts. Yeah, I mean that's what. Like, I think about it every time I take lunch, and I'm like, all right, don't get a soda this time. And then I'm like, nah, why not? I haven't been gaining weight. Who cares? Like, I've been at 160 for probably close to a year now. And, like, I might go up a couple pounds or down a couple pounds, but hover around that. Oh, there's enemies.
Guys, get ready to
I fell for it. I saw it on the minimap.
eyes over here.
Ever the paragon, Mia.
I mean, I guess I don't have to fight him. Why not? But, I don't know. I used to sit at 140 for, like, the longest time. But then I like went to weigh myself and I was 160 and I was like, when did that happen? And then every time I've weighed myself since, it's just been like within a few pounds. But I don't know. Maybe cutting out soda would lose me some weight. Because it hasn't
Oh,
been
you think you can take me
helping. If it hasn't been hurting. I don't want to fight anything until I know what I need to do. Like where I'm supposed to be going. Okay, wait. What did I... What? Why are they fighting? I didn't tell them to fight. Maybe because they got, what do they call it? That chain thing. I always forget what it's called. Why are they doing that? How are they doing that? How do I do that? That little, like, dash thing they were doing. There's a container behind this one, at least.
Never seen this place before. Gotta face me. Are you scared? You're landing on the damn it. Hit it. Uppercut. No way. No good. Back off.
Let me... Okay, good.
Focus on that one. Is this like a rare thing? Let's just sneak a peek.
Okay, I guess these side doors are just... side doors.
Shall we tango? Oh, enemy! I'll hold them off.
That looks like it might be where I'm supposed to go. I saw a ramp. Maybe I'm supposed to go up. I didn't pay attention to where the exclamation point was. Oh, well, this looks like it opens too. Oh, I can't jump. I was trying to jump over the rail. If they follow me all the way up here, I'll fight them. Only real problem we have with drinking healthy is bottled water and juice are expensive. Don't exactly get paid a living wage. Hold on. They're here. But they're underneath me? Okay. Free water comes from the unfiltered tap, so less than appealing. Yeah. I mean, we have a, what do you call it? Like a filter on the fridge. That's the water I mostly drink. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's like the same, like I eat fast food a lot, because I love it, but also, 'cause it's cheap. But it's, I know it's not good, like not healthy. No! Oh, I thought they killed me. There's way too many enemies. And we're gonna die and they're all just gonna revive. Alright, whatever, I'm running again. Oh, wait! Oh, I was like, look, that's Mayna. But no, that's Uni and Tyon. Oh, they weren't even fighting, I think, because I told them to follow the leader. That was dumb. Did I dodge that guy? No. Don't have fancy fridge water. That would be nice. You can buy one of those like little pitchers that have the filter on them. And you pour like water in the top and then it filters it into the pitcher. Alright, we'll fight these guys. We don't have a healer. Oh, I forgot they're not going to attack until I tell them to stop following. I'm dead. You morons. Oh, I can't play as Ashira. A little baby heal. Might be enough. What is that? Stupid. Stupid. Just kill me. Choose your weapon in combat by holding A. Stops you from fighting back. Put skills on cooldown. Enemies will stay aggroed unless you put your weapon away. I think I might have known that and forgot about it.
I'll do my best.
I was talking about this earlier. The last time I played this game was last night. The time before that was a week ago, or a week from last night, or more than a week from last night. And then the time before that was 2 weeks before that. And then before that it was like, I don't know, playing it almost every night. But I've forgotten some stuff. But I think I forgot about that, sheathing your weapon. Because what I know I remember what I used to do would be like, if something aggroed me, I would send the party to fight it as I would run away. So it would be like, I would say focus attacks and then just keep running. And then once I got far enough away, or maybe I sheathed when I got far enough away, but I do something like that until the enemies de-aggro. But it looks like I have to fight. Target lock, that's what it is, a chain. Prevents you from sheathing, okay. Oh, but this lets me jump. I'm just gonna run back to the beginning and fight my way through. Instead of fighting like 8 enemies at once. I guess I only have 4 on me, but... So many aggro lines. Yeah. Just wanted to reset it all. Why? Kill him.
The only way is through, together.
Oh, the black triad. I was like, is it just this one? No, it's all 3 of them. Oh, whoops. They're barely taking any damage. I like watching her do that. It's funny. No! Maybe we can stop it? Unique monsters are like that sometimes, yeah. But like, I'm 6 levels higher. I feel like they should be taking more. Gentle suggestion? Sure. I should have thrown in someone else before that. Like Senna or something. Well, it would have to be Senna. Place Eye of the Storm with Gale Slash. I think I thought about that earlier. So that's another Dunban move. But then I didn't do it. I'll do that after this, or I'll look at it. If I've hit AoE. Expected bonus damage while being targeted. I think that's why I thought about it too. I mean, other than it being Dunban's move, was because I think it's on her by default, or it's on the class by default. But I think I had something else that was like, I don't remember what I was thinking, but I remember seeing that and I picked one over the other, and I picked something over Gale Slash. Oh, all right. I'll put that on. You're making sense. Have to be uni, right? Yeah. Nice. 1 billion. Dude, somebody heal. Okay, maybe not. Alright, they're fine. Oh, the stupid call did work. I want to use Interlink level 3 because I've never done that. So I can get that like guaranteed break. Because I want to see it happen. What's up, Xenotech? Or Xenontech, sorry. Playing Xenoblades. He's doing it again! Oh wait, that's not. Oh, maybe it's both. I'm trying to make sure everyone fights this. Okay, everyone's dying. I'm not gonna get to 3. Okay, there we go. Alright, we're fine. Can I just keep spamming that? Yes. And it gave me this super fast. That was kind of insane. That was actually real sick. Just keep doing that. Alright, whatever. Let me switch to the other guy. Iostorm useful as a face tank. Only because it's a super long art. Fusion art with an art that is evade. Evade through the entire... Oh! Wait, I think someone told me about that early on. Or maybe I'm thinking of like 2 or something. I know someone was telling me about... No, I think it was in this one. But maybe it wasn't that. But someone told me about like something having a really long animation that you're invincible through. And it's like a strat to like not get killed by boss attacks or something. He should be able to hit 100, I think. But I could use these two and then a Shira. That move. I was talking about it earlier, but every time that move goes off, like the audio is so crunchy. Just have him do it by himself. I might end up killing the other one while I'm trying to kill this one. Oh, he's already broken. I should have toppled. Lame. Lame. I messed that up. I messed that up. Like a sheer and chain attacks, these are a lot. I'm probably gonna keep her. I liked having Riku and Manana just so we had the actual party. But I think Ashir is so cool. And yeah, her like chain art stuff is really cool. Like good. Cool.
Hit them where they least expect. How about something like this? You right, you big mind. Allow me. You're in for it now.
Okay. Maybe we can launch him still.
Any last words?
I mean, you're probably right once I look at it again. Because when I was like setting the arts and stuff, I was just like, I didn't actually want to take the time to look at it. I was just like, I should do this because I haven't done it in a long time and I've been switching classes so much. So I kind of like, I didn't think too hard. Also, oh, nice. It did work. This is my first time playing this game, so I don't know all the good stuff. Not yet. I don't think I have a smash though. I think someone has it on their main art or whatever. This other guy didn't die. I feel like I've been chipping him so much that he should have. Cool. A billion. Okay, he was one hit away from dying.
Let's put it away for safekeeping.
All I wanted to do was walk through this area, but they...
They're on us.
Oh my god, fine.
You gotta face me.
They wanted to keep getting in my way.
Keep that up. I don't fear death, so
Oh, I should have... I didn't switch my arts.
are you prepared? Alright, let's hit it. Deadly Twister. Deadly Twister. Deadly Twister. Deadly Twister.
I bet you still got more in you, Yumi.
Deadly Twister.
I can't. Okay. The camera went crazy. Sweet.
Whoa, got a
Okay.
rare dude up.
But keep it with glow ring, right? Oh, okay.
Gale slash.
And so I think now that I'm looking at it, I remember when I put this on,
Storm.
I was like, I wonder, I don't know, I hope it's not one of those ones that makes your characters stop attacking. Like those defensive tank moves where it's like, oh, evades all attacks, but they just like stand still for like 5 minutes and don't do anything. And it turned out that's what it was, but I
What are you?
didn't care. Like I was just like, okay, fine, that's it, that's what it is. But at least we're still actually deflecting.
Let's rest and heal up.
Standalone. Yeah, I mean, I like it over what I did have. Like I was saying, looking at it now, it's like, oh yeah. I was hoping it wasn't what I had. Eye of the Storm. I was hoping Eye of the Storm wasn't what I thought it was, and it was. But I didn't think to like. It didn't bother me enough to go back because of the way I was fusing it.
We have to keep track of our progress.
Where to from here?
Okay, I want to go through there, but I also want to see what this other door was.
Hey, this one means business.
Okay, dude. Glow ring's okay. Target lock helps when it sticks. Well, I mostly want it so that like they do aggro me. Well, yeah, like when it works. I feel like it's been working every time though. At least when I've been using it. Oh, I should have. I guess it doesn't really matter with glow ring because if they're not already aggroing me, if I fuse it, it's not. It's too late anyway.
It's locked tight.
Oh.
Gotta be able to unlock it somewhere.
Oh. Target lock's debuff can be resisted. Yeah. But, well, yeah. I mean, I'm sure it's harder to land against bosses and stuff, but most of these enemies that I've been running up against have been target locking. Like that's why I was fine with Eye of the Storm, because I was fusing it with glow ring, so they would focus me and then just get deflected.
They're on us. Orders?
Now I want to see what else. Oh, we at 50. So now I can mess with my accessories for real this time. Oh, also he's at 10. Oh, wait. I remember what I wanted to put him on. Here. And then get Uni off. She's almost at... Well, okay, she barely hit 8, but... With these classes, I'm mostly just trying to hit 10 on everything. When someone hits 10 on something, I just swap them to something else that isn't 10 yet. He doesn't have any other DPSs unlocked, so I can't really switch anything. She has to be the one to switch, because I don't want 3 tanks.
I'll hit him.
I guess
and
we
then
were
I'm gonna
working on
hit
this.
him again.
Well,
I'll hit him, and then I'm gonna hit him again.
block the stagger enemies. That's what you ended up doing. I don't want to grab Lustrous Spike because I don't plan on dying. I don't want to die. I'm sure it's good. I put it on other characters because I don't control them, so I don't have to, like, if they die, it's whatever. But I don't want to die. And I kind of don't want a low crit rate, but maybe it's worth it.
Right slash!
Or maybe...
Violent flurry! Maximum voltage!
I guess that could be alright. Don't want it to trigger on your tank? Yeah. A few times I had to bite the bullet and keep some people at level 10 just for party comp. That's a lot. Yeah, I mean, that I've had that happen a couple times, but even then, sometimes I'm like, you know what? We'll just run with one tank or one healer for now, and just like deal with it until someone hits 10. Like usually it's when someone, like if Noah's close to 10 here, so I would be like, you know what? Someone else, like we can have a funky. I mean, I'm sure my comp is funky anyway, but we can have like someone stay on 10 for a little bit until he hits 10 and then have them both swap at the same time. You know, such a weird class. Tank that wants to die for damage buffs, yeah. But it's nice that you can, like, well, I feel like, yeah, as a tank herself, it's weird, but being able to, like, cross-class that is what you want to do. So you can put it on your attackers and then have them die over and over again. And then when they've died enough, they're just like shredding. Having 2 healers regardless of comp. That's what I try to do, at least 2. I've had 3 at points because I'm like, these 2 aren't doing enough. Alright, I think I'm good for now. I should mess with his arts and skills. Give him the same setup. That's what I'm gonna do.
Jaws of death. Gale slash.
Wait. Oh yeah.
Soaring tempest.
Except this side, I don't think he could have the same.
Maximum voltage.
Okay. That's fine. Wait, what? Oh, I did switch her class. Only healers can res. Yeah, that's what I realized once, or like I started. I don't know. I don't like having just one healer, because if they die, and they will, then it's just a race against time.
Demolition!
What other positional do I have? What? Oh.
Maximum voltage! Quick draw!
Oh, I could equip that and get another one. Actually, let's do that.
Big impact! Maximum voltage!
Try to do one tank, one healer. Healer died to basically reset. Yeah, and that's that. Like, it feels like they also prioritize each other, the healers. So if like, because I've had plenty of fights where I'm dead, but one of my healers is also dead, and the other healer will go pick up the other healer first, and then they'll both come pick up me. Which is cool.
All right.
Riku, see! There is Annihilator.
Bigger than homecoming.
Taste of heaven. You remember what you lose when you start using weird
That's huge.
builds.
Think of the firepower. 2 or 3 colonies could, like, be wiped off the map with one shot of that.
We have to hurry. If it starts moving now,
If the map is correct, the auto balancer should be in that housing.
I'm never using
that's what we're
weird
after,
builds.
right?
It's just it
Yeah.
looks like it. None of it's intentional. I mean, the intention is to get everything to level 10.
Wrecking that massive thing is gonna be a job and a half.
But smash that auto balancer and the whole thing comes down.
Just use the sword.
Made it a good once over.
Noah has that sword that literally just cuts everything. Whoops.
It looks even bigger, seeing it up close.
Noah, that's the auto balancer.
Right. Just like on the map.
Well then, let's get to it. Senna,
My pleasure.
Sorry, pals. Afraid I can't let you do that.
you!
Him.
Sup? Been a while, eh?
Mobius! How'd you figure it out?
You lot aren't too bright, are you? Sure, we can't pinpoint your exact position inside all the black fog, but we can get a general idea where you're hanging out. Once we picked up your reading near the castle, we knew. I mean, what, you were just passing through, were you? You'd have to be an idiot to think that.
Oh,
guy just does my head in, is all.
He very condescending.
I couldn't agree more. Let's shut him up then.
Oh.
Yorin, you're here too.
So that's what you look like.
What do you think? Quite the looker, eh?
That looks like a painful
I knew
earring.
it was a trap.
I'm not entirely sure I would say trap, exactly. You'd have to ask N for the details.
So you took down P&O, did you? Not bad at all.
Good riddance, I say. Idiots. I mean, going past the time limit while interlinking. Who does that? Dumbest thing I've ever heard.
So that really was it? The time limit?
Well, since you lot have already tangled with Deb, we can make this quick. I'm just glad I won't have to explain this.
Why even explain?
How to...
So, loads better than P&O, right?
Can beat them this time?
Won't know until we try.
Well, what are we gonna try?
I mean, we've only gotten
Yorin's in
stronger.
there, you know?
Yeah, I noticed.
Noah?
No time to think. For Ethel's sake, we have to destroy the Annihilator!
What? Oh god.
Hold on! I'll be right there! Take care of yourself! One more round. I can manage.
Alright, we're fine. Maybe not. Lands. Somebody help him. Okay, they're fine. They always do that. Like someone will get low and I'm like, somebody heal that guy. And then they interlink and I'm like, oh, never mind. They're fine. They knew what they were doing. This guy keeps jumping away. Please. Nice. Don't let me die. Got him. Unless someone's dead. I didn't. Alright, we're fine.
Let's change it up.
Wait, did I get rid of the topple? Well. Oh, alright. Good night, Fluffernuff. Thanks for hanging out. Probably gonna end after this anyway, once we get through all these cutscenes after the fight. Sleep tight. Oh wait, why did I do that? I forgot that he was a healer. I might have messed up. No. I mean, I guess we get someone back at least. So we can get Senna. It's fine.
This should be our plan of
Okay.
attack.
Yeah. Has to be this way.
You're in for it now. You'll die. One more for the road. Just one.
That sound always.
How about something like this?
Okay, wait, we could have
Gotta do.
gone one more. I feel like I should take it now though. I don't know if like skipping it and then trying to get it on the next one works. I'm afraid she would hit 100%. I think she could easily hit 100% doing that. Okay.
One more for the road. I'm going full set. Try this on. Knockout. You watching?
Alright, and we're interlinking until we hit 3. Make him stop running. Okay, bye Yumi.
Hold on. I'll be right there.
Okay, move. Maybe it's only in front of him. I don't know. I just don't want to get hit by whatever that was. Nice. That looked kind of cool. He was doing like a bunch of attacks and we were blossom dancing. No. I'm just gonna do this now before he can drop that on me.
Check out what I've got in mind. Alright, coming right up.
Okay, so we want to use the 2 healers. Let's do this. Oh, he still did it. Well, it's fine though, because I did it.
More where that came from.
Time for the
I keep doing that because it says high aggro, but then every time I do it, I'm like, well, I don't want her to take aggro. So I need to stop doing that.
I just thought of a great idea.
I could have picked Senna. Maybe I should have picked Senna.
Let's change it up. That's the way. Allow me. On your
So we need Senna or Mio, I think.
Do you think this plan might work?
I got both of them. I want Yippee.
You're in for it now. You're done.
There's no way he doesn't die.
For the road. This plan's gonna be bloody.
Okay. So I might be able to fit both tanks in? No. Probably only one.
I'll start it off.
Yeah, no, I can't do another one.
You're in for it now.
And then this should kill. Okay, I guess not. Oh yeah, nice, it did. And now they'll just own him.
One more for the road. I'm going all set. Try this on. You want it?
And that was all.
Annihilator started
I did that chain attack to not
This
die.
is bad, Noah.
I see it!
Did he punch our arm off?
If you don't hurry, the colony's gonna be a pile of ash.
Oh man, he's just like amputating our limbs.
Junie, what are you doing?
Behind you, Junie!
What's the matter, Junie? You're too slow.
Girlie, I think we've met before.
What?
Those eyes. You're afraid, aren't you? Why so scared?
I'll kill you whenever you cross my path.
Let me lead. I'll handle this. Go, Mondo.
You're not hitting me.
Ha! Sure of that.
What?
Fine. Scatter.
We won?
No.
Sorry, I don't think so. You'll have to do something about me first. You'll never win this otherwise.
Well then, we'll just have to take out this.
Mimi, you gotta keep them busy. I'll do that.
What? You thought this was just a fashion choice? These can sense the slightest shifts in the air. Kind of a sensor, really. Even without looking at you, I can tell exactly what you're doing, so you brats better learn fast.
The Annihilator.
Why are they so like?
If you won't move, let me.
Tyon.
No one's ever lost a limb before, and then in this fight they're just like amputating constantly. Fight choreography is so good. Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Getting desperate.
Junie.
Or maybe you've realized that the end is nigh. I thought I told you. I can read your every movement in the air.
All you're sensing is the area around you.
What's your point?
Well, if I make some distance, looks like you can sense sparkle.
An illusion.
Owned. Didn't they get one on his belly too?
Son of a... You did that at the start.
Thought you had my number. You were so into my fear that you didn't notice what changed. And sure, I was scared. But even then, you'll find I'm no quitter. You ain't escaping!
Dude, they just want to keep amputating everyone.
Judy!
Jerry, split up now!
Got it!
Yeah, I like Tion's outfits. Like
Are they dead?
this one right here.
No.
Like his
I
version
shot
of
one
that.
my Mondo into their body. I sense it's still there.
Oh, he did. Okay.
I'd say it's likely they got away.
That right.
Uni?
Tion's like
Have you ever met him?
very clean. Like all his
As in before we became
the
Ouroboros?
designs around him.
No idea. But I think that something inside me remembers. That guy. And his claws.
Maybe that has to do with Mobius too. Why they exist here in our world.
Well then, I've got to know, don't I? And then I'll break free. And it won't have to feel like I'm suffocating. Uni.
We can think more later. Right now we should make ourselves scarce.
You're right. We might have destroyed the Annihilator, but we haven't liberated the castle.
I like how there's so many different looking outfits. Like Senna's Yum Smith outfit.
There's been a change in colony relations.
Very cute. I don't know what it looks like on anyone else. I haven't really put it on anyone else, but I wanted to get it to 10 so I could change her class and make her wear it forever. Same thing with Tion. Like I like this one a lot on him that I was like, I gotta make him wear it all the time now.
Just guessing, but
But what?
at the hatch
Oh.
leads to the channel.
We'll go on my mark. Here we go.
Wait, as Riku, you'll have his hair. Oh God,
So much to see, huh?
it's
This
That's
is our
pretty good.
escape route, right?
Yeah. Jump in this channel and we'll pop out in the lake outside.
This is something decent, right?
Great. We can't go on with this thing in the way.
Maybe this channel not connect to outside castle?
Weird. This wasn't on the map.
So where are we at right now?
Somewhere here in the mid-level? It's okay. If we go a bit further, we can get back in the channel.
Might as well then. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah.
okay. I'm gonna call it here for tonight. Oh God, just wanted to grab these. Well, I guess I'll go until
Do we get on this lift?
the next little like rest area.
Should take us to the channel's upper level.
I just don't want to get into a billion more cutscenes. Oh. Oh god. Thank you for the follow, Crest Expert. I appreciate it. One coming up. Okay, good. All right. Perfect. Probably nothing to discuss. Yeah.
Do you have any snacks?
But oh, I don't even have a level. That's fine. I don't need it.
We have to keep track of our
Okay.
progress.
All
Let's
right.
keep things on a tight loop.
That's it for tonight. I don't know. I might not stream tomorrow night because my brothers want to play Baldur's Gate 3, but it depends on when we finish. If we finish early enough, I'll stream tomorrow night, but if not, I probably won't be back till Tuesday. But I don't know. We'll see. All right. Thanks, Crest. Enjoy the rest of your day or night, whatever time it is for you. I'll be back either tomorrow or Tuesday. That's it. Bye.